Are we recording? Are we live? You're the one in control of everything. Oh God, it's a fucking that you just sound like a fucking 1980s like anti-drug commercial person. You're the kind of guy that sells drugs to you.
We're live, motherfucker.
Yeah. Cool, awesome. What's going on, everybody? Welcome here to the Horny Goat YouTube channel and the Horny Goat Podcast Network for another fantastic orgasmic edition of No Bucks Given, the show where we talk about anything and everything going on in the world, sports, entertainment, and basically tomfoolery and tomfuckery. It is episode fucking 60. Holy shit, can't believe that. We got quite a bit to talk about here. We got to talk about the last of us, AEW Fight for Never. Fucking love the wordplay on that one. A little bit of Oscar talk and some other shenanigans in between. You guys know me. I'm Mr. Marvel 613. You're joined here with me pretty much the entire Horny Goat family crew. We got Canadian Basement, JP and Heather, the power couple, and of course the lovely Gina. What's going on, everybody?
Not much. Just did a power clean on the house the last 2 days. I shampooed the carpets in here. It doesn't smell like my ass anymore.
Thank God.
Why did it smell like your ass?
Listen, I'm right now. I'm just staring at Connor's picture because it's Pedro Pascal, and yay!
Stare into my eyes. You know where that
Yes, Daddy.
One of your eye.
No, I will tell everybody, if you have not, please go back and watch my stream from last night.
Yeah,
was there. Epic. So, for all of you that don't know, I playing Madden 23 and Bobbitt wanted the Panthers to win the Super Bowl so bad, and he never got to see it. Well, I'm trying to create that for him, even though he's not here anymore. I want to create that for him. So throughout the whole game, I was losing last night, and it's time-stamped on this channel. It was from last night. Connor's time-stamped it. I'm down 20-12. I tie it up. I give up. I can't stop the guy, right? I'm playing the Cardinals. And they get down to I think it's like the 32 or 33-yard line. There's 6 seconds to go. Now, I'm not playing. I'm coaching this game, right?
Thank God.
And the next thing you know, I've got to block a field goal, at least block a field goal to get it to overtime, right? So I block said field goal. Now, I'm trying to fast-track this. And the next thing I know, this guy comes running up, picks up the ball, and he gone. And my reaction, I guess, was epic. I just got up and screamed, "Holy shit, run, motherfucker!"
Yeah. No disrespect, but JP's description does not do it justice. You have to go watch it. So go check out the last stream we did. Again, JP said I time-stamped it in the comments, literally called it divine intervention because Jesus Christ was a divine intervention. We also had a bunch of other stuff this week. We had
It was Bobbitt intervention.
Yeah, yes, it was. I got to change that comment now. Maybe pop an intervention. We had HD Dub. We had GM mode. We had the continuation of the Harry Potter round table with episode 2, episode 3 coming at you tomorrow. A lot of crazy stuff going on this week. I feel like I say this every week. I'm exhausted, and I have no fucking reason to be exhausted. I just chugged a Monster Energy drink, but I'm still somehow ready for a nap.
Right.
Oh, you got caffeinated juice too? Yeah.
It's caffeinated something. I don't know if juice is technically the legal correct term, but we'll go with that.
This is caffeinated, gonna give you diabetes.
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 Diabetes. There's a guy, I think it was on it was either TikTok or something where he just pronounced everything wrong.
Yes.
And I fucking
hate that. I hate that video so much.
I fucking love it. It's so
Thank
great.
you so much for the compliment.
Yeah. Would you like a compliment? Let's go to the produce. Let's get some avocado. What?
Fucking hate that. You guys know me
What?
with my grammar shit.
I know. Let's just get let's just get some avocados. The fuck are you talking about? Some avocados.
Avocados.
Oh man. All right, we got some lovely, wonderful people joining us in the chat as always. Appreciate you guys popping in here. We got Alpha, we got Boto, we got Jurgen, we've got Paul Orzola. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate it. Yes, I know, Boto. We are very ever on time. We are very rarely ever on time. We are usually at least a few minutes late. That's why we kind of if there was, I think, if there was a generic setting of like, for a time on a YouTube video for a live stream, I'm pretty sure that every single one of our streams, like,
we arrive
starting
precisely when we need to. Isn't that some shit said in Harry Potter? A wizard arrives exactly when he needs to, or some shit.
I don't remember that from Harry Potter, but possibly.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
It happened.
We'll get there. Fucking Dobby looking like a shriveled scrotum. But anyway, but yeah, we got some interesting tidbits to talk about. I was actually just talking about this with Gina and Heather and JP a little bit. Basement came on a little bit later. But right now the Oscars are wrapping up, and I don't normally give two shits about the Oscars, to be totally honest with you. But there was one tidbit I wanted to throw out just as a fun little FYI before we get like really hard and heavy to the other stuff. The big underdog story finally came true. Brendan Fraser won for Best Oscar. Or sorry, for Best Actor.
Best Oscar.
Best Oscar. Hey.
Best person to play an Oscar.
Oh my god, I can't even talk yet. Listen,
best person to play an Oscar in a movie. That'd be great.
Talk about fucking
he was against Oscar the Grouch.
Talk about fucking grammar issues. No, he won the Oscar for Best Actor. Jesus, there I can talk.
I think the entirety of the Oscars. I think the entirety of the Oscars was like kind of the underdog tale. They kind of needed it because everyone's like, I can't listen to these motherfuckers talk anymore.
Yeah, I guess I didn't watch it, but I'm really glad that Brendan won because like he's such a fucking fantastic human being. I love watching his speeches too because like he's so humble. You know, you can just tell like he's genuinely just humbled by the way that he was accepted back into Hollywood, which rightfully so, because I haven't seen The Whale, but I have heard phenomenal things about it, and I cannot fucking wait to watch it.
Is Jimmy Kimmel the fucking host?
He is.
And it still wouldn't. Even if good for Brendan Fraser, but I will not watch the Oscars if that guy's a fucking clown.
Well, he came out in blackface.
Kiss me. Wait, what?
Really? See this?
No,
if he did, I wouldn't put it fucking past his fucking ass.
No, but in the past, he was captured in blackface.
Gonna say, like, Jesus Christ.
So he gets away with it, but everybody else who's done it gets canceled? What the fuck?
I think that they tried to cancel him for a little bit.
He did a skit of fucking Karl Malone and had the brown fucking makeup on and was making fun of fucking Karl Malone. That's that video that you're talking about.
I mean, Heather, they're never going to go after him because he's liberal.
No, because he's part of the fucking woke fucking...
That's what I'm saying. He's liberal. He's as liberal as they fucking come, so they're never going to go after him.
Guy's a fucking...
I just don't understand how he has the gig he has. He is one of the least interesting fucking human beings to listen to.
He was he was on that show, The Man Show with fucking what's his name?
Adam.
Yeah.
His delivery is so flatline.
Oh God, yes.
He's like a fucking used condom in how interesting he is.
You know what? I used to watch The Man Show with my dad all the time because it was on when I was a teenager and like he'd have it on the TV or whatever. But like Jimmy Kimmel was never the one that entertained us. It was always the other guy.
Adam Carolla and Dr. Stu.
But it was always Adam Carolla that was always making us crack up.
He was still pretty good in that, and that's before all this fucking stupid bullshit fucking started.
And I fucking hate Jimmy Kimmel's wife, too. Like, I can't fucking stand her. I think she's a shit human being. Or not a human being, I don't know her as a human being, but I think she's a fucking shit comedian. Hate her.
Darren Silverman.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I cannot fucking stand her, that fucking twat waffle. Like... Ew.
They aren't together anymore. I agree with you.
She joked about getting canceled when she's very much the type to get on the bandwagon to cancel other people.
Exactly.
This is the thing I don't get about that. That couple is literally the thing that they hate. And they start off being the thing that they're fighting against now. It's fucking like two-faced cunt bags.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, for fuck's sake, Jimmy Kimmel was literally on a show called The Man Show where they did nothing but pretty much degrade women.
Yes.
That's my favorite thing to do.
Well, we already know that.
The things that they degraded women for were things that Gina and I degrade fucking women for.
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel and her, they broke up in 2009.
I didn't know that, but fine, his ex-wife.
I mean, they were a couple because she would always have the fucking jokes. Jimmy Kimmel's balls are shriveled. That was the running joke.
No, fucking. I remember my dad used to watch that show, and my mom and I would sit there and watch it too because it actually made us fucking laugh, but.
My dad's favorite.
Why do I keep on hearing something snoring?
Why is Adam Carolla? Because he was. I don't know. Adam Carolla was turned into a piece of shit. I haven't seen anything.
I haven't seen anything from him since the Man Show.
He's been out there, but
he hasn't really done anything.
He was a Trump supporter.
Which is why people are probably saying he's the Ewe one.
I don't know why Boto. I mean, if you're a liberal, whatever. I don't care, Boto.
I mean, just fuck all politicians. That's just.
I agree.
Fuck politics.
Jimmy Kimmel is literally the worst. Okay, Jimmy Kimmel is literally the worst fucking late night TV show.
He is.
Ever.
He always seems like he's half asleep.
But the thing is, when he first took over the late night show, it was good. Like, I actually enjoyed watching it. But as you guys were saying, like, the further along, like, the more popular that he became in Hollywood and the more, like, liberal he became, the worse the show started getting.
I really don't understand why he has the role he has, why they hired him. They hired, like, the most replaceable fucking character with negative charisma. Anytime he talks, it's like a black hole of my fucking mind. I can't handle listening to him.
I mean,
it'd be like putting Carson Daly on a late night show. Carson Daly's fine at interviewing people and stuff, but like he's not comedic. When people are watching a late night show, that's what they want. They want a bit of comedy in it.
I don't think I've ever found like my perfect late night talk show host. There's ones I like more than others, but there's also I like Conan, but I also don't like him because he goes over the top sometimes and it gets a bit annoying for
me. Give me Greg Ferguson any day of the week.
Yeah.
Wasn't he like basically having sex with them on stage?
Johnny?
No.
I'm sorry, Johnny fucking Carson.
Of the right person here?
JP, we're not all old like you. I don't even remember.
Just saying, if you have ever seen his stuff, it is so.
Carson was a good balance of everything.
Greg Ferguson was fucking hitting on every woman he talked to.
Like, and this is an unpopular opinion, but there were some shows with Jay Leno that I actually fucking liked. Yeah. Because he had some bits that were funny, but like the majority of the show was just kind of like, ugh.
I'll be honest, I never found him funny, to be very honest. These are my hometown.
I think Jay Leno is one of the worst.
So the only time
inflated ego.
Inflated face.
Okay, so like back in the early 2000s, Austin was a baby and I was up all the fucking time because he had colic, so I didn't know what sleep was. So I'd watch late night shows and I always looked forward to, I think it was Monday nights, because he did the mail one where he opened up the letters or whatever. Or no, it was the newspaper articles. He would take clips from the newspaper article. That was my favorite one. That was actually the only one that I liked.
Yeah, those were pretty good. But he got that from Johnny Carson.
Yeah, right. I also like Conan did a version where he it's like blatant. It's blatantly obvious that it's like a doctor thing. So it'd be like, obviously like with Leno it was like, it's like just like bad wordplay or whatever. But Conan's like if you see this article over here, and then if you notice down here, it said, like babysitter wanted for murder. Like please inquire below. It's like what the fuck? Like, and it's obviously like they fucking doctored it.
The best skit by far, in my opinion, was in the year 2000.
That was pretty good. Yeah. My Johnny Carson did that fucking genie where he would fucking hold an envelope to his fucking forehead
and try and predict what was in it.
He would say a phrase and then he would open it up and he would read the joke. The punchline, it was fucking great.
I actually remember one of those, JP, and the one that I remember was he took an envelope and he's got the genie thing on his head and he goes, "Sis boom ba." And then he opens up the envelope and goes, the sound of sheep it makes before it explodes.
So Alpha says, while While I agree when it comes to Jimmy Kimmel, I think the two worst talk show hosts are James Corden and Ellen DeGeneres.
They're the two worst people.
They are.
Yeah, Corden, I heard, is an absolute
I never liked him anyway before even hearing about the off-screen antics.
There's certain bits that he does that I like, but it's more about like who he has with him.
I want
versus
to
him.
physically beat him.
He literally threw a flash mob in the middle of LA traffic.
He does it all the time. It's a bit on his show.
I hope he gets run over by a truck.
See the
Well, and he has carpool karaoke where he's distracted by singing with another person. Like he's driving through fucking downtown LA.
He ain't driving nothing.
So many DUIs.
They are driving. They put his car.
Yeah, but I mean, even still, okay. So like, it's the implication of it. Okay, you're like the people that are watching. No, but listen, like if there's like younger kids that are watching it or something, they're gonna think, okay, he's driving while he's talking to his friend in the passenger seat and singing away. That's okay for me to do too.
I mean, yeah, it's okay to talk to your passengers.
But not be distracted the way that he is. Like,
I hope he dies.
At least make it seem like you're fucking driving a car. Like,
I'm Team Coco Ride or Die, and it's mainly not only because I get where you're coming from, based more like he can kind of go a little bit too far, but I like him as a person, because when that whole shit happens with NBC with him,
I agree.
He took like a huge settlement, right? And instead of not knowing where he was going to end up, instead of taking the settlement like, all right, cool, I got this money, blah blah blah, he paid every single staff member until they found a new place.
Wait,
and I also really like that. Conan, in my opinion, is my favorite, and it's not like, I know he gets over the top sometimes on air and stuff, but he actually, I know, but he actually involves a lot of his like behind the scenes staff too, which is nice.
He did a Netflix special a while back where he traveled to different places, and I enjoyed watching that, because like while it was interesting because he was going to all these different places, it was still comedic. It was still Conan O'Brien.
I enjoyed watching him try to play video games. That was great.
There was one time he has his assistant Sona. She's Armenian, and he took her to the home country, to Armenia. Yep. And
I don't know if that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm assuming too. But so they did this thing where like rugs are very big over there, right? So he took them to like an authentic like rug maker, and he had her like be fucking silly and put like the rug over her head, like her head. And he goes, "Now say, I put the curse on your village." And she goes, "I put the curse on your village." And he's like, "All right, let's do a skit where like, let's say like Sona, say that Steven Spielberg's calling me on line 1," and she just stops right in his track. She goes, "Steven Spielberg wouldn't call you." Fucking great. But anyway, speaking of Oscars, as we were originally talking about, one of the articles we have listed here is about the I don't want to say backlash. I don't think it's backlash, but apparently Will Smith is, quote, embarrassed and hurt over Chris Rock's comments in Netflix special. Okay, so to back up,
who?
So to back up here, for those of you who obviously we talked about this when it happened with the whole Will Smith slap. I mean, fucking living under a rock with Will Smith slapping Chris Rock at last year's Oscars. Chris Rock, a couple of weeks ago, or like this week or so, came out with, I think it's the first time ever that Netflix did a live comedy special. Like live, like, what's that?
I believe you are correct. So I think HBO and Comedy Central was.
But you know why? Netflix did that to get people to fucking subscribe to.
I mean, it's a smart
move. Yeah. Not only did they do a live comedy special, but they actually did like a live after show too, and it was only available if you were watching it live.
Of course,
it seemingly has perfect timing.
You know what? I have so many bones to pick with Netflix, because first of all, fuck Will Smith. Okay, he has no right to be embarrassed, or actually, you know what? He should be embarrassed, but he has absolutely no right to be upset, because I watched the Chris Rock special, and nothing that he fucking said was untrue. It was all absolutely nailed on truth to what happened. My bone to pick with Netflix is Netflix has now cut the part of the special where Will Smith got, angry about. They have cut that out of the fucking special.
I thought the whole special was him just saying the same thing over and over again.
Well,
Welcome to Chris Rock's Comedy Hour.
So okay,
I'll tell one joke 7 times.
It wasn't great. I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't. I'm not a big Chris Rock fan to begin with.
Neither am I. I watched the whole thing myself. It was all right. It wasn't. I laughed. It's not like I didn't fucking laugh at the thing, but
I'm personally not a huge fan of Chris Rock. I think he's a terrible actor, and I think his comedy is. He's a one-note comedian for me.
Yeah.
And that kind of like when I didn't watch the entirety of it, but I watched like a cut up version of it, and the cut up version was him telling the same joke about 7 times, which is, I mean, it's that joke has already been played out as well. I mean, come on. As soon as if this came out right after it happened, I get it, but this is a year later, for fuck's sakes.
But I do love the name of the special was Selective Outrage. I thought that was. I think Chris is a smart person. I'm not gonna like.
No, I wouldn't say he's dumb or anything. It's just
that
he doesn't have the quick wit of a lot of comedians. Yeah, a lot of his shit in my mind is very prepared. He's not very good on his toes.
Very prepared, because actually the last bit where he's talking about Will Smith, when he goes to deliver the punchline, he fucked it up, and he even says, shit, I fucked up my own punchline," and then he backtracks and has to tell the joke again.
But I still enjoyed it, even though I'm not a huge fan of his. But
it was okay.
Will Smith has no fucking legs to stand on.
Well, as far as he goes,
no,
like, I mean,
and I have such a fucking beef with Netflix cutting out that portion of the because that was like the main fucking portion of the show. That was the main reason why he made the fucking special to begin with.
The Smith family for me is like a step right below the Kardashians in how fucking ridiculous they are.
Well, one of the lines in the special which I love was he's like, I get, like, you know, things happen, people cheat, it is what it is. He goes, I wouldn't fucking publicly come out about this and say it. Like, I wouldn't, like, you know, I try to bury that shit as much as possible, right? Let alone have the person who cheated on you interview you on a public forum.
Like, who thought that was a good idea? Fuck him is what I say. Fuck him, because it's anything for publicity.
So anyway, I sucked his dick. How did that make you feel?
No. Of 2023 or the 2020s, because why?
What is that noise? It's driving me fucking nuts.
Here's the thing. I have transcended into, like, I'm 50. Okay, I've lived for half a fucking century. All right, let's think about this for a minute.
Have transcended mankind.
I have lived through the 70s. The 80s, the 90s, all of the
old as fuck.
So I've think about this. I've lived through all of the, like, the pop culture bullshit. When pop culture is really a big thing. If you get what I'm saying. Why? What I don't understand about this whole fucking thing is, why did it become so faux pas to make fun of people? Why is it so bad? I mean, George Carlin made fun of, he didn't give a fuck who it was.
Yep.
He made fun of them no matter fucking what. Now you can't make fun of fucking Nancy Pelosi, because if you do, you're a fucking bad person. If you make fun of fucking Joe Biden, you should be in prison. Like, what the fuck has happened to our fucking society that we have to fucking walk on fucking eggshells everywhere we fucking go?
Participation trophies is where it started.
Mm-hmm. You know what, JP? It's funny you brought up Carlin, because I actually just watched one of his comedy specials the other day. And while I was laughing my ass off, the only thing I could think of was, oh my God, if he was still alive and he tried to do these specials right now, they would be trying to cancel his ass so fucking much. Then again, maybe if people like George Carlin were still alive, then maybe we wouldn't be in the position that we are right now.
You know what? I don't think that's necessarily true. Certain comedians out there that have the ability to kind of say what they want and get away with it. It's only the ones that are, like, also trying to be more than comedians that really worry. Like, I mean, you've got people like
which Carlin kind of did.
Yeah, well, even like Bill Burr. Bill Burr has done it, but he's also not really one to shy away from, like, controversial topics. Dave Chappelle doesn't really give a flying shit. So, like,
here's sorry, go ahead, Basement. Sorry.
It's just the fact of the matter is a lot of these people are more concerned about their image because they want to be more than the comedy. They want to be like, look at Kevin Hart, for instance. He wanted to do the Oscars. He wanted to do a bunch of other shit. He wants to do everything, right? And wants to be like everybody's best friend. And so when it came to light that he made some like, I don't know, he had some fucking like gay shit that he said a while ago. He got in trouble for that, right? But it's like 10 years ago. The world was different. People said different shit, and you can't hold them accountable for that. And most people.
And he actually said that in his newest special. He started talking about how he didn't get to host the Oscars because of that, and he's like, it was 10 years ago. You know, it was a different time. But to this whole topic, one of the reasons why there's a newer comedian. His name is Matt Rife. And I fucking love him. And the reason why I love him is not just because like he looks like a pretty boy. Actually, that has nothing to fucking do with it. I love him because he no, it really doesn't have anything to do with it. I love him because he legitimately speaks whatever the fuck is on his mind. He's a white boy. All of his friends are black, right? Literally all of his friends are fucking black.
Racist.
And no, but like He's a white boy from Ohio, but he says whatever is on his mind. Yeah, and they actually just tried to cancel him recently because he was on a podcast. And on the podcast, they started asking him like what type of woman he likes, right? And mind you,
well, I mean, judging from his friends, I'm gonna go on a limb and say black.
Actually, no. But mind you, and Heather probably has heard about this being on TikTok, and Connor too, but before this, for fucking months, women all over fucking TikTok and Instagram were demoralizing this man, right? Like, they were treating him like a piece of meat, all because there was a video clip of him taking his belt off. And they were treating him like he was a fucking piece of meat. But as soon as he went on this podcast and he said the type of woman that he likes, like, described what she would look like and stuff, immediately they were trying to cancel him because he wasn't inclusive of all women.
Fuck off.
It was the biggest load of fucking shit. And he actually came out and he said, listen, I'm sorry if you're not that type of woman, but I'm not going to take back what I said. I'm not going to apologize because I shouldn't have to apologize for my personal preferences when it comes to a partner. And he's absolutely fucking right.
You're attracted to. I mean, there's no fucking... This whole thing of, we need to love all shapes of women. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that's what you want to fuck all the time.
Exactly.
This narrative needs to be turned around on women, all right?
Mm-hmm. I completely agree. And I've seen it happening on TikTok with this whole Matt Rife thing. So many women are turning around and they're saying, you know what? You guys and all of us women, we were all demoralizing this man for fucking months. We were treating him like a piece of meat because he could take his fucking belt off in a sexy way. But now you want to turn around and you want to play victim. That's not how it fucking works. It works two ways.
I take my belt off, I just bring it around my neck.
So sexy.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie.
Gonna
lie. He knows how to take a belt off. Okay, I can say that much. But
I hope so. He's a fucking grown man. I'm really struggling over here. Help me.
I can't do this shit.
It's kind of like Pedro Pascal, like what's happening with Pedro Pascal. He actually finally had enough, and he spoke out against a reporter because these reporters have been treating him like a piece of meat. They've been calling him daddy and all this stuff. And at first, like, he was going along with it for the longest time. He was actually having fun with it. But in a recent interview, he said it's getting out of control.
This is what I don't understand, because like the big rush to like desexualize women while maintaining the sexualization of men.
Yeah,
is
exactly. As soon as somebody brings that portion of it up, it's like, well, why? It doesn't matter. It's only women that's happened to ever.
Yeah.
The thing is, like,
only women can suffer sexual harassment.
Why is the answer to being overtly sexual, over-sexualizing things, to desexualize completely? Why can't you just go back to being like, yeah, people, like, it's fucking human nature. People are attracted to each other's bodies in different, like, in scantily clad, or, like, why, if you have someone like a femme fatale, and I'm going to go with the Marvel shit with Black Widow, femme fatale, why can't she look good in the clothes that she's wearing? Because that's part of her character. And if you're going to, like, wrap her up in fucking bindings.
I'm just gonna go out on a fucking limb and just say that we were created to just run around and
fuck each other.
And fuck each
Run around and fuck each other.
I mean,
Here.
look at that. Look at actual,
That sounds like AIDS running rampant to me.
fucking tigers. Like, they don't fuck around, man. If they want some, they're gonna get some.
Look at the fucking women lion biting the male lion's ballsack.
biting the male.
Gina, you don't understand because you're not transcended.
Are they gonna fucking sit there and fucking do the whole? They're gonna sit there and, hey, you can't do that to another lion. The fucking lion would eat you.
I mean, I get there's like social norms. You're not going to go up and club a woman on the head, drag her back, and bounce whatever. But like,
back in prehistoric times, that's what they did.
But that's because the main thing is like the evolution, whatever.
But with this whole thing, I'm just really fucking glad to see like people like Pedro Pascal, they stepped up and they're like, hey, you know what? No, that's enough. I'm done being degraded. Or, Matt Rife, his first instinct was not to apologize because he knew that he had nothing.
But there's like, the thing is like, when it comes to men, they know how to handle the situation a bit better. Because they will be like, oh, laugh it off, and then say like this, like respectfully, don't, like, I'm done with this. Women will cry fucking wolf and go to the police.
I disagree with that. It's not all women.
I'm not saying all women. I'm just saying
we'll do that.
I will share videos with you. I think they're doing a podcast, but they sit around and they talk about, like
transcending.
No, like small dick energy. And then this guy will come out. Hold on. This guy will come out and say, well, then I'm going to say you have small tit energy. And then she's like, well, you can't say that to me. So that's that. I will share a video with you of actual women shitting on fucking men for having an opinion. If you're going to shit on me, I'm going to shit on you back. But women won't take it.
And I'm not saying
all women, but there are women out there that just cannot fucking handle.
I'm not saying all women either. It's just the percentages are a lot higher for women than for men with taking, like, being sexualized and not accepting it in today's age.
Yeah, I'm not saying all women. I'm just saying it's more often than you think. That's
sorry, my logo got canceled.
Daddy.
What?
You heard me, Father.
I couldn't understand transcended talk. All right. Yeah. All right. Moving on up. So I guess speaking of, let me just see here what else we got going on.
Look how evil fucking Jada Smith looks.
She looks like fucking evil.
She looks like Cersei from Game of Thrones.
And the fucking bullshit is Chris Rock even said this in his special. He had nothing against fucking Will Smith. Nothing. He said that like when the whole Jada cheating on him thing came out, he attempted to get a hold of Will Smith because he was going to say, hey man, I'm sorry, is there anything I can do, blah blah blah. But then he turned around and he's like, Jada, on the other hand, he's like, Jada's the one that I really have a problem with because she's the whole reason why this fucking happened. I mean, and he's absolutely fucking right.
If you're going to sit around...
She has him by the fucking balls so much.
That's also his fault, too.
It's disgraceful.
That's his fault, too. I mean, if you're going to sit around and watch your wife fucking pound some other dude.
Not just another dude. It was his son's best friend.
She's a disgusting human being.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, she literally fucked her son's best friend.
Yeah.
That's what kind of a fucking human being she is.
He is over the age of 18, though.
I don't care.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that don't matter. It's still your son's best friend.
But there are going to be people out there that hear just her son's best friend and think, well, how old is the son here? Do we need the police involved?
I mean, I think everybody knows that Jaden is well over 18.
No, not everybody does know that.
He acts like so 7 years old. I want to gorilla glue a gigantic dildo to her bald head.
Oh, you don't even need to do that. There's super strength suction.
I'm a unicorn
out there.
Yeah,
with a toy on the end of them. I see this bald guy on TikTok playing with them all the fucking time.
Yeah.
She's
they
scum.
Look pretty
She's garbage
sturdy
person.
from that video. Like
Jada Smith is, I can say I don't know her, but from everything I've seen, I can surmise she's trash.
Just the simple fact that not only did she go and she cheated on her husband with her son's best friend, she fucking hurt her husband and her son.
But then she
it was
acted like it was a moment
The
of
normal
like
thing.
Small
transcendence.
No, what did they refer it to?
An entanglement.
Yeah, it was an entanglement.
Yeah, you're a fucking no bag.
So
is what you are.
So she brainwashes her husband into thinking that it was some kind of entanglement, and then she forces her husband to let her interview him about how he felt when she fucked another guy.
I don't know why he didn't just come out and say, because I'm pretty sure Will Smith has had his fair share of extramarital activities. I would have just been like, oh, she's talking about entanglements. I just started listing off the women I fucked while being in a relationship with her. Because
actually, nothing ever came out definitively, but there were significant rumors that he had an affair with, what is her name, Margot Robbie?
I'm pretty sure he's had his dick in several
when they were in the movie together.
Don't understand on any level
why it was publicized.
let's just publicize.
Let's let me interview.
Let's air our dirty laundry.
Well, that's okay. That's one thing to come out with like a statement and say like, "Hey, this is what happened." Blah blah blah. Like we're just coming out. But like,
run around and be like, "How do you feel about that?" And then still expect him to stay with you.
Yeah, like, hey, I sucked his dick. How do you feel? Like,
but the fucked up part is, okay, like, yes, issue a statement. I could even understand it if they were like, as a couple, had somebody else interview. Had somebody else interview them. If they want fucking publicity so much, fucking have somebody else interview you. Why do you fucking say, hey, you know what would be fun? Let the person that hurt you, who's me, interview you about how you felt when I hurt you. It's so fucked up.
Here's the real question. I don't understand why this couple needs to do anything. They have enough money to fucking live a trillion lives. Why throw yourself at the public's eye for absolutely no reason?
It's their way of making money during COVID because this was their family podcast that they had started. It was on the red table.
That's just like a successful family in film turning into the Kardashian reality TV show. Why would you go that way? And if anything, that's like reality TV is the fucking trailer trash of actual television. Why would you want to aspire to be that?
Because that's what's popular right now. That's what's making the most ratings. That's what's making the most ad revenue. That's what's making the most money. Period.
You know what? Even before she cheated on him, she has told him multiple times, and Will Smith has admitted this, and so has Jada. She has told him multiple times that the only reason she is with him and why she agreed to marry him or date him to begin with was because Tupac died. She's told him numerous times that she does not love him. She said she told him numerous times that she does not love him. She has never loved him. She has always been in love with Tupac.
Oh, can I say that actually that makes a lot more sense now with this meme that I saw where it's literally a picture of her next to Tupac. It said, "Wow, look, bullet Tupac actually dodged."
Oh my god.
I can't stand the woman. I'm sorry. She's like, name me one movie that features her that you care for. That is because of her.
Matrix.
Because of her.
The only reason why I like that one Scream movie is because she gets stabbed in the head in the movie.
I was about to say something where she dies.
Yeah, that's my favorite movie too. Any movie she dies in.
Beautiful.
The only movie I liked her in, I can't even remember the name of it right now.
To tell you the honest
one that she had done with Will Smith, and I liked it because of Will Smith.
To tell you the honest God truth, I can't even remember a single movie she's been in other than the Scream movie, and the only reason I remember that is because she gets stabbed in the head.
She was in the Matrix.
Yeah.
The new Matrix?
Wasn't she in like G.I. Jane 8 or something?
Yeah, I haven't seen the new Matrix.
I'm looking up her God damn, you make me do this.
Her IMDb.
Yeah, let's see.
Another tab, Connor? Really?
Nutty Professor, Scream 2, Matrix movies, Madagascar. Are you fucking kidding me? All right.
It almost seems like
she played Gloria. she plays the hippo in Madagascar. I guess I did like Madagascar, so.
I didn't like it because of her. I like it because of fucking Ben Stiller.
It almost seems like this whole stint with her and Will Smith is so that her name doesn't get forgotten because nobody else goes about her. You got her husband who's been in he's a leading man and he's been in multiple movies and he's probably did he win an Oscar? If not, he was put up for one.
Yes, he did.
Last year, he also won for Ali, I think.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I mean, honestly, at this point, I think that people even know her son Jaden's name more than hers.
God, it's like the baby was born and they kept the afterbirth and raised it. Fuck that kid.
It's funny. There's an entire.
I mean, I'll go as far as to say I think Willow is probably more well known than fucking Jada is.
There's a huge ass page of just the Will Smith Chris Rock slapping incident on Wikipedia. It's kind of funny. It's actually bigger than her career.
I can't talk about Will Smith and Jada Pinkett anymore. I'll kill myself.
Yeah, no. Moving on.
I fucking want to shoot myself.
Speaking of fighting, let's talk GC Dub and AEW and how this fucking video game's never gonna happen. So,
nor should it.
I had heard some shenanigans about this, and I heard some very offhanded things about this. But obviously, first and foremost, the graphics for this AEW Fight Forever game just don't do it. Unless there's some sort of real aspects of the game that are good. Visually, I'm good.
The one thing that they don't understand is that you continue pushing back a video game, people don't lose expectations, they gain them. And I get this is kind of out of their control, but this game has been pushed back forever at this point. And even when it was rumored to be released, people were thinking, hey, the best it's probably going to be is an arcadey 7.5 out of 10 game you could have fun with. That was when it was first going to be released. Now, when they pushed it back, people were like, well, the expectation goes up because you think they're going to work on the modes, they're going to work on the graphics. There's a reason they're pushing it back. It just feels like they're pushing it back to not release it because it's going to fucking burn.
Well, this is going to make it burn even faster because, ironically, GCW, ironically named Game-Changing Wrestling, and ain't that the fucking truth in this situation, filed paperwork with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office opposing AEW's registration of the Fight Forever trademark, with documents indicating the two companies are in settlement talks. The documents where the GCW represents others and trademarks in the proceedings filed a request on March 1st for an extension of time to formally oppose AEW's trademark. In the request for the extension, GCW indicated that it needed the extended deadline, not just so they could further investigate the claim and confer with counsel, but also because it's engaged in settlement discussions with AEW. They're really fighting over the phrase "fight forever." Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. So this is also didn't I listened to somebody? Oh yeah, were you in the car with me?
Yeah, Cornette.
Cornette fucking said that Tony Khan tried fucking trademarking something, and fucking put it in as something. He worded it wrong. I can't remember what the word was.
AEW wait forever. That's good, Paul.
But I don't remember what it was, but he worded it wrong.
He misspelled the word.
He misspelled the word.
Yeah. Oh God. I think it was something to do with consequences. That was going to be one of the things in the game. I can't remember now, but I think the word was consequences that he misspelled.
Why you can't? What? Why is wrestling trademarking fucking just words?
It wasn't just that word. It was a whole title, but that was one of the words in the title. And Tony Khan had fucking misspelled it.
Either way.
I mean,
so you can still trademark whatever that title was, because Tony fucked up. Put down the crack pipe.
So back to the GCW thing. Who cares?
I mean, this is just another nail in the coffin. It is kind of essentially what we're saying.
I mean, look at John Moxley. I like how it. Now I'm going to read this caption here. If you can't read it, enjoyed a 277-day reign as AEW World Champion, but yet he's never wrestled a match.
That's just a problem with the game itself. Like, I mean, the WWE games will have that shit because the singles record is probably they're starting a new career or some shit with it. I wouldn't really worry about that too much. Like, I mean, the problem with the game is more the fact that it was half baked when it came to life. You even have AEW's Kenny Omega coming in and saying, lower your expectations. Yet everything that the company seems to do is to hype. They are a hype train and they will not stop hyping. Therefore, when you do something like that, your fan base that are video game fans are going to expect something good. Especially when you can't,
damned if you don't.
Especially when you can't stop fucking talking about WWE. When you can't stop and the people putting down the WWE games, just wait till this comes out. And then they release pictures of it and actual gameplay of it. And it's like, what is going on here?
It literally looks like a WWE game from like the 90s.
It looks like Here Comes the Pain.
WWE SmackDown versus Raw 2006.
No, I'd give it worse than that.
It leads me to the question.
Say this, and I have heard that they've put 7 figures into this game.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
yikes!
I'm going to say this right now. That 7 figures is not to the game itself. That's to settle all the fucking lawsuits and trademark issues.
7 figures to a game is not much, in all honesty. I think they put like 7 million. That's not much for a video game.
But they give out 7 figures for this shit.
Listen, I have seen video games that people have made in their fucking basements that look better than this.
Agreed.
I mean, this is just like when I heard this news and when I've seen what's happening with the game, it kind of encapsulates the problem that AEW had from the beginning. Instead of coming out and like making their mark without really having to pick fights with everybody and like try to throw other companies under the bus while promoting themselves and try to bloat their roster with talent that built everywhere else. Instead of taking the long way and in the end probably the thing that's going to keep them afloat for a longer period of time, becoming a legit company, they took the WCW way of buying a bunch of talent, trying to make it work, and going as fast as possible. And that's what's happening with this game. It's just a microcosm of the exact company it's coming from.
That's literally what happened to TNA from like 2009 to like 2012.
Remember all those TNA games?
Oh, one of them?
Exactly.
I played that TNA game too, and it's funny you say that because I was getting freaking flashbacks about like when I saw this game. Like, oh god, this is gonna be the same thing again, all over again, isn't it?
What?
Game looks like shit. Is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I feel like the TNA. I said I played the TNA Impact game when it came out, and looking so far with all the craziness with this AEW game. Looks like the exact same fucking problem.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I was typing in the chat and I tuned out, and all I heard was "looks like the exact same thing." I'm like, huh?
The thing is, the game can look bad as long as the gameplay and the options are like 3 times what's available in WWE. They'll be good. That's not probably gonna happen. Let's be real.
Mind you, this is a channel where we literally announced that we're going to try to purposely break 2K23 next week. So just take that.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you right now. I will put down $1 in a bet on anybody here that 2K23 is still going to play better and have better controls and systems than AEW as well.
Big spender.
If it ever releases.
$1 competition.
$1.
$1 Canadian.
Make it a nickel.
Nickel back.
You can pay in quarters.
Look at this photograph.
I will not buy this game. I will not.
The thing is, I won't even buy the WWE games. This AEW game for sure is a no. It looks so arcadey, and that's like 3 hours of gameplay, and then you're done.
Paul said in the chat best. He's like, it's sad that the game is already so dated. No.
Yeah, it looks like it's 10 years old.
They've been having troubles trying to get this game out for 4 years. It's going to be extremely.
Well, the first thing they had to do is they had to lower the rating because there
was something wrong with it.
No, it was because they were doing blood. They would have blood all over the fucking match, and it just made it TVMA. So they had
TVMA for a video game.
Huh?
Yeah, you get
Sure.
MA. You definitely get MA, but
You get MA, mature audiences only.
I think it was probably like a 14 plus game or whatever.
So they ended up. That was one more recent one that they had a setback on, and they apparently fixed that. Now they're having this issue because of the Fight Forever thing, because of the name of the video game. Because, I mean, Jesus Christ, WWE, you hear it. Like, I think, like, if there's a really good match going on, you hear the crowd go Fight Forever.
Well, you do an AEW too. That's just a wrestling thing.
It's just a wrestling term. So I don't know why it's such a big deal to trademark it. And I get why they're going to trademark it or want to trademark it, because that way they can't get sued over. Yeah, it's so.
I feel like
I don't get why GCW is doing that.
I feel like there's certain terms you should not be allowed to trademark when they're universally used, like Fight Forever.
Mm-hmm.
It should not be. When it was something like SmackDown or Raw, I get it because it's inclusive to the brand. It's what they built upon.
Right.
AEW Dark is something like that. You know, Revolution, any of those titles, yes, I get it. But Fight Forever is just a common phrase used in every wrestling platform. So you're going to end up with these troubles, and that's exactly what's happening right now.
Just for the record, remember that Paris Hilton at one point tried to copyright the phrase "That's hot."
You know what though? I will say this. I hope that they fail for getting the trademark and copyright for Fight Forever, because if they don't, if we're watching a WWE pay-per-view and it's a great fucking match, every single time that the crowd chants Fight Forever, they're gonna have no choice but to block out the crowd.
It's not. I don't think it's like that. I don't think it affects like live audiences. I feel like it affects.
I really hope not, because that would really make it fucking suck.
It just affects the product at hand being used as a title piece for the product at hand.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't care.
I thought that if it was copyrighted, it meant that you couldn't say it, like the competition company couldn't say it on TV.
No, it's not like that.
The competition's company, the people that work for that company, no, they cannot say it. And
but the fans are. Yeah.
They can't use it as like marketing
in their own private time.
It's like a marketing thing
on the competitor's TV programming.
Right.
WWE wouldn't be able to come up with a pay-per-view called Fight Forever. It's like
right. I guess
it's more marketing. But yeah, this game looks like it's gonna be shit if it ever comes out.
It looks like ass. Yeah.
I already pre-ordered it.
And Connor, to your point, Gene Simmons also did try to trademark the American Sign Language for "I love you." So
yeah,
that React channel tried to trademark React.
Oh god, that fucking disaster!
Okay, so you guys are on video games, and before we move on to the next topic, I wanted to bring something up. Austin said that they're coming out with another remastered version of The Last of Us.
They announced it's for the show even started.
Yeah, they did.
Right. But he told me today, he's like, Mom, you should, when that comes out, you should really get it for the PC. And I'm like, why would I buy a game that we already fucking have? And he's like, no, because the graphics are going to be updated and they're going to be so much better. And I'm like, but we already have the fucking
game. The first game got remastered, and then now it's remastered again for current day graphics. The PC thing is the first time The Last of Us Part 1 is being released on PC. It was never on PC. Yeah. So it's a bit different.
Yeah, he wants me to get it for PC. And I was like, okay, if it's like, $10, $15, then maybe. But like, if it's fucking $60 or $70, no.
It'll be full price because it's his first time.
You're probably actually looking closer to $80.
It'll be.
I mean, either that or I'll wait until fucking Game Pass puts it on Game Pass.
There's really no The reason if the remaster is more in tandem with people that haven't played the first game,
yes,
and don't want to play on 2012 graphics.
Exactly.
So therefore, you get a PS5
graphics.
play the first game. I mean, they did. It was kind of
spend $70 on a damn game because of new graphics.
It was genius for them to kind of bring that out like a year before the show came out, because all the people that watch the show that really want to play the game now can access something that's current gen. But I would never, for me personally, if I beat a game,
I don't see
I'm never going to buy that game again.
I was going to say, I don't The Last of Us is a great fucking game. Both of them are. But I don't see spending $70, $80 on a game that we already have. Yeah.
Now I might buy Dead Space because I only played 10 probably like half an hour of the first game because I shit my pants.
Listen, I'm not gonna fucking lie. Like, I will not buy a video game like Austin does. You know, because Austin, he does like, you know, chores or whatever to get his own money. You know, so he'll buy video games, you know, that are brand new. I will not buy a brand new fucking video game unless that son of a bitch is under $20. I'm not fucking buying it.
I'll buy a brand new game if it's a
brand new game, unless it's an indie game.
I'll buy a brand new game if it's a game I really want to play. But I'm very hesitant nowadays because either it's coming from a publisher I really trust, or the game gets out and at least gets some sort of not necessarily a review, but people saying the game is functional.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I think the only games that I would fucking buy brand new and actually trust are games from Naughty Dog.
Yeah, I mean, if The Last of Us 3 comes out, I'll buy that brand new. That's no problem.
I'm gonna say right now, Portkey Games did an excellent fucking job with Hogwarts Legacy. There was no day one update. The first update for it came yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean that kind of game is alright too.
Damn.
There's a handful of games out there that are alright to buy first day, but most games I think it's logical to wait at least for the first I get reactions and not necessarily, like I said, not reviews, but just like, does the game fucking work?
Yeah.
Are you Basement? Are you getting the DLC for Callisto Protocol?
Yes. You son of a bitch. You know what? Like I probably, if the DLC was decent, I probably would, because the game's atmosphere and like there's just like two things that killed me in the game. They were huge things, but still.
I was about to say, there's a bunch of creatures.
Controls, just like two souls, were fucked.
I think you were more pissed off at that. Like, freaking jump!
One of these Saturday nights we should.
Anyways,
one of these Saturday nights we should game, because I don't know if. Well,
I'll be able
never
to.
mind.
I want to tell you guys, but whatever.
I was gonna say Steam, but I don't know if anybody else has fucking Steam, because I have like a shit ton of games on Steam.
I have Steam.
I have to reinstall Steam. That's all I gotta do.
Boil some water, I'll get some.
Both you guys got new PCs, so you could probably get Steam as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot more online gaming.
Yeah, like I have a bunch. Yeah, I have a bunch of them.
I've had Steam
on there, and their games aren't that.
Since my Alienware, I haven't had a computer that I could play games on Steam.
And you know what?
Steam has a lot of good deals.
They have a game on there called 7 Days to Die, and it would actually be kind of fucking great for all of us to play, because it's multiplayer. We can create our own game within it, and then it's like a survival game.
Yeah, there's a couple really good ones out there for survival games that are multiplayer. I know the one you're talking about.
He's wanted to play that, so I might try to get that for him.
Speaking of survival, it's not multiplayer, but speaking of survival, there's the I Am Jesus game coming out at the end of the year.
I saw the gameplay for that, and
it looks not bad, to be honest with you.
Though it looks like, for me,
I can't play that game.
It looks like kind of like a bare bones Assassin's Creed, but you go around like solving people's problems with Jesus magic.
Yeah.
It also looks like
nobody's Jesus. God damn it! Do I have to listen? I'm not going preachy. We're not doing preachy tonight.
Jesus?
No, you're not Jesus. Nobody's Jesus. Jesus is Jesus. Shut the fuck up.
In the game, you can be Jesus.
In the game, you are Jesus.
I don't want to be Jesus.
Aren't we all Jesus? What if God was one of us?
Jesus said,
a stranger on a bus.
God said, shut up, basically.
Trying to make his way home?
Just ask questions. Hey, he could be going home. He could be going somewhere else.
There's literally a function called
How do you know that God's
water
to...
They?
God.
They.
There's literally a function called turn water to wine, and then I swear to God, there was like a little notification that said out of Holy Spirit energy.
Tell him to kill his son.
I am not playing that game. I refuse to do it. I'm going to heaven, goddammit. You guys can go to fucking hell.
You're gonna go to hell because
you're going to hell with the rest of us.
You're definitely you're gonna be the first one there.
I have a fucking halo over my head. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
The horns are just there to hold it up. We get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the halo's on top of the horns, so the halo wins.
You're already in hell.
Shut up.
You realize you go ass first into the ground, right?
What?
What?
Jesus loves me.
I said you realize you go ass first into the ground, right?
I'm not going into the ground. My mom's gonna make me a plant.
I'm gonna be buried upside down.
Technically, I told my mom to make me a tree because, like, my mom, at first I wanted to be flowers or a plant, and I'm like, no, my mom's not good with plants. She'll fucking kill me all over again. So I told her just to put my ass in the ground and let Mother Nature do the work.
You ever watch the movie The Core?
No.
I want someone to put my dead body in the machine in the core and just send me to the center of the earth.
Why don't we just send you to space with all the fucking hazardous
garbage that we should put in space, Gina?
We can't fucking put it in space. There's too many satellites.
Wait.
I hate you so much.
Basement, are you an organ donor?
I am. Donate my organ to you.
God damn it. I was going to say imagine you just like your entire body gets hollowed out. That way we could say we're cleaning out our basement.
Yeah, cleaning up my closet.
Good night. All right, next topic. Let's see what we got here. Colin Kaepernick. What the fuck is his problem?
Oh God.
He's pissed off his mom never let him get cornrows as a child.
Oh my fucking God, please. You know.
I'm out.
Oh. He blames his this fucking guy. Blames his fucking he says his parents perpetuated racism.
Mm-hmm.
Because he wasn't allowed to get cornrows as a fucking child. I mean, if I didn't know what cornrows were, I would have reacted just like his mother did. So he wants to get what rolls?
This is what I don't understand because, this is what I think he doesn't understand. The fact that, like, it doesn't matter if you're fucking black, white, Asian, fucking alien from space. Your parents will always have an opinion on how you look as a kid. If I'm going to go ahead and remember, what the fuck was that fucking band? Know Your Pressure or whatever the fuck.
What?
The German shit with the guy spiky hair. Whatever, spiky hair.
Rammstein?
Yeah. So like anybody that dressed up like a goth or spiky hair or shit like that, their parents were like, "What the fuck? You look like." Some parents would be like, "Take that shit out of your hair. You look like a fucking dumbass," right?
Bang.
Or people got like a mohawk with colors in it, or even nowadays
it's
a girl
basically
dyes her hair pink or purple and.
That's just every girl in America now. But like basically back in the 90s, if you put like pink or purple or whatever in your hair, then you were automatically looked at in a certain way.
Well, I mean,
you were considered a punk and a
when
big or an emo.
Right now, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Every time I see Heather when she colors her hair, I look at her like, "Why did you do that?" I don't care.
It's a Midwestern reaction. I mean, I am glad to see that it's changing, but
I don't care that she does it. I just don't know why she does it. That's why I look.
Because it's a way of expression.
Yeah.
I know what it is. I just don't understand why they need to do it.
It's not that I need to do it. It's just I'm bored.
She wants to do it. She wants to do it. Let her do it. Okay.
She wants to express herself.
The point I'm trying to say is he automatically assumes because his parents are white and he is black or mixed or whatever he is, that like they're looking at it and assuming like the stereotypical, because he wants to wear his hair black, quotation mark. Meanwhile, this guy's been wearing his hair like a fucking fro for 99% of his life. So whatever. The connotation that it's racist, or he says like, this is the things I grew up with, where it's like there's a divide between my white parents and me. Obviously, there's a divide, but there's a divide between everybody's parents and them. It's not a race thing. Stop making everything a fucking race thing.
It's just like it's such a smack in the face to his parents because his parents.
The problem that I have with this is that these fucking people adopted him. He could have very easily been sitting in a fucking goddamn
orphanage
for the rest of his fucking life. But this motherfucker, in his infinite fucking wisdom, decides, well, I'm going to shit on my white fucking parents. I don't give a fuck if they took me in. Fuck them. They're racist. fuck this guy. This guy is a fucking human pile of shit.
Yeah, this is the step that I hope everybody realizes is the step too far. I mean, a lot of people say what you want about the guy. A lot of the times he's like, I'm doing this to promote like people realizing race or inequality in football or how people are treated. Whatever the hot button topic is at the moment. This shows that what he's doing is understanding that this is his only ticket to fame.
Because God forbid, he fucking couldn't play quarterback in the fucking NFL.
Well, and did he ever stop to think that, like, maybe his parents didn't... Listen,
like,
they're white, and they had money, so obviously they're not very... I don't want to say educated, but like they're not very, for lack of a better word, educated in African American things. So
I'm sure they are more educated.
They lack the means. Well, here's the thing. What I'm saying is like maybe they lack the means of like how to give him the things that he wanted. Either that or maybe they were not letting him get those things because they knew that him going to that ritzy-ditzy fucking school that they put him in, he would be looked at in a different way and he wouldn't have ended up where he did.
I just don't understand.
Let me say this. His parents weren't rich. He didn't go to a ritzy-ditzy school. He was just...
I thought he did. I thought he went to a private school.
I don't believe so. Let me look it up. I don't believe he did.
Regardless if he did or did not, to shit on the people to help to get to where you are is a terrible thing. Nobody should ever do it.
Fucking problem that I have. It has nothing to do with his fucking cornrows. That was just a thing that he said. I watched it live on fucking TV, and Heather's sitting here. It's like I almost threw something at the TV.
Yeah. I fucking hate this guy
with a fucking passion. This guy is a piece of human shit.
He passed.
Here's my question. Sorry, Basement?
He crossed the line to race baiter with that statement, where he was more like him or hate him, he was more like an icon in the change in race relations.
Here's my question though. There's a movie on Netflix. I forget what the fuck it's called, but it's on Colin Kaepernick's life. And he actually had something to do with that movie. Like his input was in that movie, and as well as his parents. And there is a scene in that movie where his mother takes him to a black salon to get cornrows. So is that false? Were they just adding that into the movie,
the way I look at it is like, okay, so it doesn't matter. 2 white parents, 2 black parents adopt a white kid. It's the same shit. You're gonna learn the differences that your kid has to face because of their race, because you're raising that kid. You're doing this out of the kindness of your heart, not doing it thinking that in 30 years he's going to be in the NFL or he's going to be an icon in America. You're doing this because you found a kid in the fucking orphanage and you adopted him.
Sorry?
It's mind-blowing to me that he doesn't get that. And I really don't think he does with the shit that he says.
And they actually went through that in a scene in the movie The Blind Side, which was actually like this scene actually fucking happened where the kid, I forget his name, Michael Orr, he almost didn't get into fucking college because they thought that his parents never adopted him because he was almost 18 already, but they thought that basically the only reason why they took him in was because they wanted to make him into a football player and send him to Ole Miss like they did. So they literally had to prove that had nothing to do with the reason why they took him in. So it's fucking stupid.
He went to public school. He was born. He lived in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, and his parents they moved to California when he went to public school. He went to public school.
Oh well, shit. I'm sorry. I thought he went to
private school. I honestly feel
he did go to the University of Nevada.
I honestly feel like what he was trying to say in that moment was obviously with my parents being of a different race than me, then there was a bit of a divide in them understanding me. And that
which
that
would
I
have
can
been much
that I
more
can get.
acceptable. Yes.
But the way that he said it kind of put his parents down and kind of elevated his stance on racism and racial shit.
But
Yeah.
his understanding his point of view, they fucking raised him.
Yeah.
I'm pretty fucking sure that they let him fucking have his own viewpoints. Which was a fucking mistake because look at the fucker now.
When he
But
mentioned the
not only
cornrow
that,
shit, I lost it kind of because
But
that's
not only that, but if you look at it now, even with like him standing out against this like racism stuff and stuff like that, his parents have been by his side the entire fucking time. They have supported him through this whole thing. And then he goes and he says this.
This
Whether
is when you know he's
or not. If he would have said it the way that Basement said it, then I could have been like, okay, obviously I can understand that. But the way he said it, it's just such a fucking.
This is when you know he's kind of like a self-serving cunt. To be honest,
he's a dick.
Like,
and
it's just like that. That's when those colors really showed themselves. And this is all to promote some stupid fucking comic the guy was coming out with because his star is slowly dwindling. So it's like I got to make my money while money's to be made. And I watched that fucking thing, and the girl beside him, who I guess she's like she helped him make it or whatever the fuck she is, and grown me wanted to give little Colin a hug. I'm like, shut the fuck up! The guy got a great life.
The guy. Oh my god! Here's the thing. Here's why this guy fucking annoys the shit out of me. Number one, he went to college, and he was pretty good in college. I watched him. I watched everything this kid did. I knew he wasn't going to translate to the NFL, but apparently I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But apparently I do. He was decent. He would have been a great tight end in the NFL, I think. But he wanted to play quarterback. So he goes to the NFL and is handed the keys to a pretty good fucking football team, might I add. Okay, and he fucked it up because he wasn't the guy that everybody thought he was going to be. He is not that good of a football player. And then, like, a few years later, he's like, well, I was shunned by the NFL just because I'm black. The fuck you were. You suck as a fucking quarterback. You can't make the throws that Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady can. It's okay.
I mean,
many people can't fucking do that. Just because you're fucking black, that was his whole argument. I was shunned because I was black. Okay. Do you think Lamar Jackson is saying that now? Do you think who's another black quarterback in the NFL? Jalen Hurts is saying that now? Do you think Patrick Mahomes? Come on, motherfucker, shut up.
Okay, of all places to kind of like pull the race card in American sports, ain't it? Also, like, I mean, this is just common thread of I wasn't good enough, but it wasn't me, it was everyone else. That's his story to a T.
There's no accountability in his life whatsoever. It's always somebody else's problem. It's
somebody else's fault. It was my parents that didn't get why I wanted cornrows, and they thought I would look like a thug. What?
You think he's blowing that story out of fucking proportion just to fucking make his parents, I mean, I would have fucking, if I didn't know what cornrows were, I would have literally said, he wants to make his hair into rolls?
No, I mean, the problem is too, we're looking at, go back in that time frame, and like when you looked at like, they were probably watching TV obviously at this time, and like, I mean, a lot of television at the time portrayed black people as constantly criminals, and most of the time they fucking had shaved heads or cornrows. The family would associate that with that.
I shaved my head. Am I a fucking criminal?
Probably.
Yes, because you're transcendent.
I just
fucking white nationalist.
It is so fucking. This guy, he's just become. He's part of the
headline grab.
Here's the thing. You know how people say that if you don't acknowledge it, you're part of the problem? No, he is part of the problem. He is a huge part of the fucking problem with our society today because people fucking listen to his stupid shit.
Well,
I'm sorry, this guy's a fucking idiot.
I don't know how many people are actually still listening to him, because I think that's why he's trying so desperately to grab at straws and pull that race card, because he
Apparently,
is losing
he's
his
best. He's the New York Times best-selling author. So apparently, there's
that's from before. But like the problem is, he complained about this shit, and then everybody, when I say everybody, pretty much fucking everybody, no matter what color they were like, yes, Black Lives Matter. And everybody went on that fucking bandwagon forever. Forget about the slogan, forget about the people behind it, because that's fucking bullshit anyway. But like the fact that everybody embraced that people, anybody of any color, shouldn't be discriminated against, completely abolished what he was trying to stand for. Because it just showed that people don't give a fucking flying shit. Most people, 90% of people, don't care what color you are, and if you're good at what you're doing, they'll like you.
You know,
it destroyed his point.
I said this last night when I was on Derailed. There's so many, whether you're talking about the racial thing or, you know, the LGBTQ community or anything like that, there's so many within those certain communities that just want to live peacefully. They want to live peacefully, whether it be with different races or different sexes. They just want to be themselves. They want to be accepted for who they are. And they don't see people for race, gender, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But then you have your select few. And the problem is the government and the media are getting behind these select few. And then it is making people believe that those select few are much bigger than what they actually are. Like the numbers are bigger than what they actually are. When in reality, it is only a select few of people that have these type of beliefs. And they're trying to convince the entire world to have their beliefs.
Well, the biggest problem with that is that tiny select few, that tiny percentage is also the loudest.
Yeah. The loudest, right.
So the LGBTQ movement has been hijacked. And it's been hijacked by the like social outcasts that don't fit into the social norms.
It's been
weird
it's
outliers.
Been hijacked by these new transgender people right now, currently.
You know who else it's been hijacked by? Joe Biden.
Yeah, but okay, so Heather and Connor can probably attest to this too, because maybe they ran across it on TikTok as well. But I have seen so many videos on TikTok, especially Instagram too, but mostly TikTok, where people within the LGBTQ community are speaking out against this new age of transgender people. And that's because this new age, they want to eliminate women. Like, they don't want women to be called women anymore. Like, we're supposed to be called like birth givers or some shit like that, because they want to be called women. But the members of the LGBTQ community are starting to speak out about it, because they're like, no, you know what? This is getting to be bullshit. Like, I don't even support my own. I was watching this guy, his video. He's a gay man, and he came out basically stating, I can't even support my own community anymore because I don't support what it stands for anymore.
But there's a difference between the thing is, once recognition happens for a lot of groups that aren't recognized, then you get these, I'm gonna call them bandwagon jumpers, that are actually like it's like wolf in sheep's clothing, that are using that movement to push something much more disgusting under its clothing. Like the LGBTQ movement now, or it was always about the groups that were marginalized. Now you have these fucking pedophiles and weirdos kind of like jumping in and using like the for lack of a better term, the plot armor that comes with LGBTQ to like kind of like shuffle their own things. And when people talk out against them, they're like, well, what, you're not here for the fucking rainbow? Come on. It's like, it's not that. You're just fucking weird, man. You're a predator. You're not gay, you're not lesbian, you're not transgender, you're a grown man trying to have sex with kids, but using this banner of fucking rainbow flag to protect yourself.
Well, and I also believe that like the people that are trying to get our children educated in this stuff are pedophiles. You know, because it would when you're teaching shit to children that have no fucking reason whatsoever to be learning about anything regarding sex, whether it's straight sex, heterosexual, or homosexual sex. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so I was talking to a couple friends, right? They all have really young kids, and all the books that they're buying. This is here in Canada, right? All the books they're buying, and a lot of the books that are being sold here in Canada have to do with pinpointing color, pinpointing gayness or LGBTQ. But this is for kids that are like 4 years old. Why are we talking about color and sexuality to fucking 4-year-olds? They don't even understand that shit. Exactly.
To me, that is grooming. It's a pedophile type behavior. It is grooming.
Even if you're straight, in the past, sexuality wasn't taught until you were about to hit it. You know what I mean?
They would talk about body parts and things like that in 5th grade, which they still, in my community anyway, they still do. Bella is in 5th grade.
Here
they teach about body parts, and they take the girls and teach them about like periods and things like that because they're coming into that age. But when it comes to actual sex, they don't start getting into that until 7th grade.
No, but like where I live. The thing is, like, if you're teaching a 4-year-old about, like, if a 4-year-old is questioning, why does that person have 2 dads? You can answer that, fine, whatever. But a book centered around like the idea of instead of being reactionary, you're being very forward with, and it's not just like that's the top of it, right? The 2 dad thing. It's way more than that, and they get into like they start talking about like privileges in color to 4-year-olds.
See, there's a difference between if a child comes and asks a question, and you explain it to them, versus them being taught it in school or being taught before school. Now, even it's brainwashing. It is brainwashing. It is pedophile behavior, and I can't fucking support it. I can't.
I just couldn't believe when I heard that like a lot of these like books made for kids are teaching them things way before they're ready to even learn about them. It has no bearing on their life at all.
There were books accepted into the middle school, one of the middle schools in Florida, that literally teaches 12-year-old boys how to suck a dick.
Yeah. And that's where that whole law came in that DeSantis created. Like after that. But my daughter, you guys know, Bella's 11 years old. She'll be 12 in July. And last year she had a couple of her little girlfriends in school that said that they were, bisexual, gay. Fine, whatever. 4th grade, mind you, 4th grade. Fine, whatever. I told Bella came home and she asked me about it, and I kind of explained it, and I told her, I'm like, baby, it doesn't matter what your friends are. They're still your friends. You accept them for who they are, and, that's just how it is. And she was like, okay. Well, now this year, one of her friends has, obviously come to her own, and I don't want to say came to her senses because it has nothing to do with senses. If you're gay, you're gay. If you're bi, you're bi. It doesn't fucking matter. I don't give a fuck. But she has decided that she is now straight. And Bella was so fucking confused because she's like, I don't understand, Mom, because last year she said that she liked girls, but now this year she likes boys and she doesn't like girls anymore. And I had to explain to Bella, I'm like, honey, sometimes these kids are hearing certain things. They're hearing certain things from certain movies that they're watching or TV shows that they're watching, and it influences the way that they think that they should be. And then sometimes they realize that that's not who they are, and there's nothing wrong with that. So I said, she's just coming into her own. But that just goes to show exactly how much it is influencing children when 4th graders are so fucking confused about their sexuality. Why are 4th graders even thinking about sexuality?
We had kind of the same situation with JP's middle niece. And she came up to her dad one day and she's like 10 years old. She walked up to her dad one day and I'm non-binary.
Okay, so she
didn't even know what it meant.
She walked up to my brother, and if you've ever met my brother, and I think Basement, you've been on there. He used to live. We used to live together, and
Yeah, I've been on too. I've seen him.
yeah. So he's very blunt and forward. He's
So is you, but with longer hair.
no. He's much worse. He's
so much worse.
Oh,
So
boy.
she walked up to him and said, "Dad, I'm non-binary." So he's like, "You identify as whatever," and she's like, "No."
No.
Okay, so I know where it's going, but she then go ahead.
Hayden walks up to Jared, said, "I'm non-binary." Jared's like, "No, you're not my little boy. You're not my little it. You are my little girl." And then a week went on, and she spent the night over at Grandma's, and Grandma was like, you know what that means, right?" And Hayden said no. So it was explained to her, and then Hayden's like, "Oh, no, that ain't me."
See?
Yeah.
It's all because her favorite pop star to listen to is JoJo Siwa.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So,
Which is fine. I don't care.
I'm just giving context as to where she could have gone.
Kids are looking up to these people, and they think that they have to be like them.
Yeah,
that's what kids do.
But that's part of the. But when you have celebrities,
and she understood. That's a teachable moment for her because she's like, "Oh no, I don't know.
I don't like anybody."
But when you have celebrities and you have like older people that are of great influence in these kids' lives, whether it be teachers, parents, whatever, when you have them preaching certain things so many times, it creates, and I'm not just talking about sex or race or anything like that, I'm talking about just in general, when you have somebody that is an influence to the child that is driving home certain facts over and over and over again, it creates a very, very confused child, which is why we have so many fucking people in this world that are growing up not knowing who the fuck they are because they're confused as fuck.
So the reason that they're confused is they're being told who they should be.
So the bottom
that's what
line
I'm saying.
is, like, as parents, you can kind of create your kid will listen to an extent, but will also be influenced by external forces. So like you can, for all sense and purposes, you can have a child grow up learning to hate people that wear fucking jeans, for fuck's sakes. Like that's the type of that's how malleable they are, right? Like you guys, did you see the fucking guy that transitioned to his 3-year-old or 4-year-old?
See, and that is child abuse in my opinion.
And why nobody did anything? Because hiding under the LGBTQ flag is what I see. It's child abuse under that.
It's child abuse. And okay, this is the exact reason you guys know I support anybody being whoever the fuck they want to be. Okay, you want to be a man and you're a female, fine, that's fine with me. But I will never get behind allowing anybody under the age of 18 to have that surgery.
And I
will never be able to get behind it because to me it is fucking child abuse because a child changes their mind so many fucking times throughout the years of their life, and you're basically setting them up. Now, it may not be a mistake. That might be who they actually are. But if they are being influenced by outside sources and they change their mind later on, guess what? There's no turning around and going back.
They knew their son was a girl before their kid could speak.
A child has no idea what they want to be.
I mean, half of the time people in their fucking 20s, 30s don't know what they want to be.
Before this kid could fucking shit in the toilet bowl, that child knew that it wasn't a boy, it was a girl. Before it even knew what a boy and girl was.
Right.
That is child abuse, 100%. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree. And when you start coming out and you're saying, "Oh, you can't say that a baby is a boy or a girl because you don't know what that child's going to identify." Oh, were they born with the penis, or were they not?
I'm going to say this: if I was to bring Wendy in here, I'm not going to. If I was to bring Wendy in here and ask her if she was a boy or a girl, what do you think she would say?
A girl.
She has said that many times. Like she tells me, I said, "Listen, dude," and she goes, "I'm a girl." So. Look, I haven't influenced her one way or the other, and she watches all those fucking videos. So I whatever she, I'm gonna let her make her own decisions. But I did tell her the other day, you will be. she kind of looked at me like, "The fuck are you talking about? You are going to be a girl until you're at least 18. If you're living under my roof."
You know what?
Will not.
Listen, if I had a child that, let's say my daughter, okay, because my son's already 20, he knows who he is. But if, let's say my daughter says to me, Mom, I don't feel like I'm a girl. I feel like I'm a boy. Okay, fine. I would accept the fact that she wanted to be a boy. However, she would not be starting the therapy or starting to go through with the surgery until after she is 18 years old, because
Right.
I am not going to allow her to make an adult decision as a child.
I mean, you could also like, the thing is, if a kid comes up to you and they're past their puberty mark and they're like, hey, I feel more inclined with boys or whatever. Hey, there's a bunch of activities for boys that you can put them in, get them kind of attuned with what that might be.
There's
but the surgery thing to me is wild, man.
Okay, you can live your life as a transsexual until you are 18 years old. You do not have to have the fucking surgery before 18. You can still live your life as a boy or as a girl. You just don't have the fucking surgery, because there's, under no circumstances should it be legal for them to fucking cut into a child's body unless it is a fucking emergency.
I do feel like a lot of the surgeries that are being pushed, a lot of the surgeries that are being presented are being kind of pushed because they are very expensive, and a lot of those people make a lot of money on being like, well, you feel this way, I'm not going to get in trouble for kind of like saying, go for it.
Well, and the thing is, pharmaceuticals makes a shit ton of money too, because they have to do the fucking drug placement tests.
I'm going to say this. I can't tell another parent what they can and cannot do.
Well, when it comes to a child abuse,
this is the caveat. I don't agree with it, but I cannot tell a parent that I'm going to transition my child. I would look at them and say, well, then you're an idiot, number one. And my child will not be hanging out with you, but I'm not going to tell somebody that they can't do something to their child.
I think that's where the law steps in. Because
that's where the law should step in.
That's what I was saying. I don't.
So you can't sit there and be like, I'm going to beat my child close to death, and the law's like, okay, no.
Yeah, I don't understand it, because, like I said, under no circumstances should it be legal to cut into a child unless it is a fucking emergency.
It's up to the parent.
Mm-hmm.
The parent is the one that has to say so. That's the problem.
Just remember that show TLC put out called I Am Jazz, with the 9-year-old boy trying to transition into a girl.
Totally
I mean,
agree.
if you had a kid that was like, oh, I really like Captain Hook, I want a hook for a hand. That's okay. No, I'm not going to cut off your hand and give you a hook. Or I never want to grow up. I like Peter Pan. Okay, well, puberty blockers forever. You're going to stay a kid. These are things that are like,
yeah.
Come on, man. You can't give kids what they want. Wait until they grow up and realize then they'll get an idea of what comes with what they want or what they feel like.
I'm just telling you.
And you know what? Like, in the end, it doesn't really. I don't give a flying fuck. Like, if that child identifies as the opposite gender, okay, fine. And if they continue to feel that way all the way up through their teenage years, and they get to the age of 18, and they finally want to start the hormone placement and then the surgery after that and all that, that is more than fine. I would be more than supportive of that. 100% supportive, because that's my fucking child. No matter what, I'm going to support my child, but not before they're 18.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I agree with you 100%. But the problem is that I can't tell another parent. Well, nobody should be
right. And I agree with you, but a lot of.
But I mean, I would report that type of behavior to the law.
And not only that, but it's just.
You can, but then you're going to get,
But a lot of the
There's a
reason
law
why
against that,
a lot of the
apparently.
reason why I say that they need to make it the law for them to wait until they're 18 is because any type of a surgery done on a child is very risky, especially when you are talking about this surgery, because it is a very complex surgery. So that comes with hefty risks. I would not be willing to put my fucking child at risk like that.
I agree with you. I am not disagreeing with anything. I'm playing devil's advocate, I suppose I should say. If that makes sense.
I don't agree with like the medical field. This is playing God to an extent, and I don't like that idea because there's no actual like historical medical proof that this is something that should be done, and to go so boldly where no they has gone before is a bit wild for me. But
So what's next?
Yeah, please get us off of the subject.
Goldberg.
Let's see what else we got. Podcast murder. Hey, that's a nice, pleasant discussion.
Oh yeah, who? Okay, anybody out there that's listening, before we get into the story, I'm just gonna say, if you like our podcast, that's wonderful. Just please don't stalk and murder us.
Yeah.
Continue.
Now you say that after that giant little exposition about like our thoughts about all the. Never mind. Anyway, continue.
What? No.
So well, you're the one with the story, Connor.
I didn't read the story.
Oh my god! So there was I read the snippets of this one. The names I could not pronounce, but it's like
Ding Dong.
This is. I think the core of the story. The core of the story is. They basically said this is the worst outcome for a stalking case. So I think a couple had a podcast, and someone else got involved, ended up killing themselves.
Okay, so that's not how it worked. The couple had.
What the fuck? Why didn't you say what it works if you knew?
Yeah,
you son of a bitch.
The couple had a podcast, and they had this guy that was a listener. And as time went on, the wife developed a friendship with the guy. Nothing more than a friendship, just, he was a listener and, he DM'd them and they had a friendship with him. Sure, but after a while, his DMs started to getting more and more disturbing. So the couple went and they got a restraining order put in place against this guy.
How is this not what I said?
Because you missed the whole. You're like, somehow he got involved. And no, that's not how it fucking happened.
Well, anyway.
But regardless, they went and they got a restraining order put against him for some odd reason. It hasn't been established as to why yet. The restraining order was basically voided. So this guy went to their house.
It's rainbow.
They couldn't find him to give him the restraining order. I read that part.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Because he was an over the road trucker, so they couldn't find him to hand him the restraining order, and then it got voided. Maybe that's why it got voided. I don't know why. But regardless of which, the guy showed up at their house, and basically he killed the husband first, and then he killed the wife and himself, all because he was like an obsessed stalker fan.
Hey, do you want to know what? You know why they couldn't find him?
Because his name was.
No, he identified as invisible.
John Cena.
God, I hate you so much. You can't see me.
So
transcend.
So in this scenario, I read this thing, quotation marks. The idea is that like. Do you think, like, in this era of fucking, like, pseudo-celebrity podcasting, kind of, I'm this big... This is going to become more of a trend with, like, stalkers, people being in love with what they see on YouTube,
especially on
Twitch,
YouTube.
OnlyFans, and, like, I mean, you see it already in people swatting people 24/7 for some fucked up reason.
Okay, so I follow... Heather, you might know these guys because you're into the paranormal stuff, but... on YouTube, I talked about this last night too.
Zach
on YouTube,
Baggins.
No, I fucking Zach Baggins is. I love Ghost Adventures. Don't get me wrong, but Zach is kind of like he's kind of turned kind of douchey. But anyway,
he's back in.
But anyways, I followed these guys on YouTube. Their names are Zach and Colby, or not Zach and Colby. You got me saying Zach. Sam and Colby. And Colby especially has dealt with stalkers like really bad, to the point where he's had them show up at his front door of the place that he was staying. Like Sam has too, because at one point in time they were like living together in like this house with their friends. And they actually had people, like girls and boys, I guess, that were following them on YouTube that showed up at their front door. So it's been happening for a while now. It's just, this is the first case where it went like to this extent.
Right. I mean,
Well, it used to be okay in the past. Like, it happened as well with idolization of celebrities. But now that there's so many, like,
different levels of
tier celebrity,
yeah,
that it's like obviously.
I think we talked about this, but have you ever seen the movie The Fan?
Yes,
I have not.
You need to, because exactly what happened in this fucking, what you're talking about, happened in that fucking movie.
I just feel like the risers. Okay, and I'm gonna say it, man. Fucking like the OnlyFans shit is going to make stalkers an everyday fucking occurrence.
Well, and I also feel like if you think about it, the paparazzi were like the stalkers back in the day, right? They literally had the movie Paparazzi that was about them being stalked by paparazzi. But now that everybody has a fucking camera right in their hand at all times, and you know they're following all of these people on YouTube, Twitch, you know, whatever. It's everybody has become the paparazzi, and they're stalking people.
The key there is it's all the time.
Yeah,
nowadays people are part.
It never stops.
No, but like, okay, so for instance, right? I saw this girl on YouTube. I liked her content. She was attractive. Then I realized that she had a whatever social media account. I read all of that. Then I realized she had an OnlyFans account where you could see her in her fucking
glory.
Yeah.
Who?
So when I get to that level of intimacy with someone that has never talked to me, that knows nothing about me, but I know everything about them, you're gonna get that weird fucking attraction. And anybody out there that does, like, come on, this is it's worse than the paparazzi and celebrities. This is like you're part of that person's life. They have no idea who you are, but they show so much of their life on social media that it's on the rise, man.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I almost feel like I would not want to have that level of celebrity, whether it be YouTube or
no, because then you're a slave to the fucking everybody around you,
and everything is so at your fingertips now. I mean, like, yes, you can take precautions to like have your address hidden and stuff like that, but there's been so many YouTubers that like they have taken the precautions and they have P.O. box numbers and their address has never gotten out, but yet people are still finding their addresses. They're being doxxed, they're being stalked, you know, and there's just, with the mental health crisis that we have going on in the world today, it is not the right time for these two things to be colliding at all.
100% correct.
No, but I mean, it's gonna happen. But
it already is happening. Obviously,
but I mean, I think it's gonna be a bigger problem as the years go on. This has the ability to be like the next school shooting type epidemic or pandemic, whatever you want to call it, like the
epidemic. Yeah. Is it sad that when I read this article and I read that he was a truck driver, the first thing that came to my mind was candy cane. It's literally the first thing. As soon as I read truck driver, I was like, "Oh my god, it's Joyride!"
Candy cane. I don't know much about this story, but I've seen these. You hear about these stories all the time.
Sonya Deville and
Mandy Rose.
Yeah, they had that stalker that was in their backyard and tried to break in their house.
No, he was in the fucking
house.
Did he get in?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, he walked right
yeah,
in.
there's video footage of it.
Balls deep.
Oh yeah, I knew that. Now that you guys say that, I did know that.
Fucking,
I just forgot.
I mean, it's sad that people have to fucking go to the. Like I said, if you go watch the movie The Fan, that's the
gist of what's going on.
That's the gist of what you're talking about. If you have not watched, you would actually, I think you would really like the movie, Gina, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. But
Robert De Niro, Wesley Snipes.
De Niro and Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
To what Basement was saying earlier, with people having access to so much stuff and so much information about people, and then you add the fact, like the mental health issues that are so fucking rampant all over the place. That is a deadly combination, because when you get the right fucking person and they start becoming obsessed with this person and they know all the details of their life, there are certain people out there with certain mental illnesses that are going to start thinking, well, I know everything about this person.
They know everything about me.
We're meant to be. They know everything about me too, when in fact that person knows nothing about them.
I mean, we already know it's a fucking problem when stan is a fucking term used by everybody.
Well, I mean, yeah. Well, and stan's been. I mean, this whole thing has been a problem since forever, because I mean, you have the Eminem song "Stan," literally about a crazy fan. Paparazzi, that was about the paparazzi. You have the movie The Fan. I don't know when that came out, but if it has fucking Wesley Snipes, it must have been a while ago.
You have these people that are virtually inviting people, not like into their working life, their living life, because they'll do like, cooking videos. Oh, here's just a random vlog of me driving. Oh, here's me fucking pounding myself on my bed. When you get all of that, you are privy to every part of that person's life. Yes, it's the shit that they want to show you, and most likely it's not an actual representation of themselves, but it's enough for somebody to be like, oh my god, I found you, my soulmate.
There's so many people out there today that have attachment disorders and become overly obsessed with people, whether it be somebody that they know or somebody that they
And it will happen in droves, especially with social media personas.
We see it with Pedro Pascal right now. I mean,
yeah, but that's
look at him all over fucking TikTok. Like
that
people
I get
are
is
obsessed.
like that is like adoration. It hasn't gotten to the point of like creepdom. The thing is, anybody that's on
no, on TikTok.
But
it's at the
I get that, like, but like at his front door is what I mean, I guess. And yes, they have like the interviews and stuff like that. These other, like, all these other like pseudo celebrities, right? Not real celebrities, but they have celebrity status because of the following, where they are like they show too much. They show too much of themselves, and they become they can't live without a camera rolling.
There was a girl on TikTok, like she became like, I don't know, TikTok famous or whatever. Her name was, I think it was Kayla or something like that. I can't remember what her name was. But she gained fame on TikTok, and then she decided, oh, well, I'm going to take advantage of this. I'm going to start an OnlyFans account. And she started an OnlyFans account, and she ended up getting stalked, like, by multiple people, to the point where she had to move several different times, and then I don't know, she ended up in a relationship with somebody and it was a domestic violence thing, whatever, but then she was still being stalked while she was dealing with this fucking domestic violence shit. And finally she's off of social media. Like, she left social media completely because she could not deal with it, not only because of the domestic violence stuff, but because of the crazy obsessed fans that kept it. No matter where she went, they would find her.
I do want to say something though, because there is two sides to this problem. No, there's nobody out there that deserves to be stalked. It should never happen. That type of like craziness should never happen. But at the same time, you also shouldn't be alone walking down into a dark alley in the middle of New York City.
Well, right, but when you're talking about people showing up on your doorstep when you were taking every precaution possible to not get your address out there, I mean, because
a lot of these people, like, they see problems and they see monetization, and they weigh those two options. And when monetization becomes the primary goal, and they kind of disregard the problems, it's like, oh, this person, they're obviously in love with me, but they're giving me money. you think at some point in time that's going to be an issue. You can't play like you're completely blind to the problem that you did. You're not at fault, but you helped create.
Well, okay, I brought up Sam and Colby from YouTube earlier, and they're huge. Okay, they have like millions of fucking followers on YouTube, right? But they actually made a video one time. This was a few years ago already. But them and all their friends, they were moving to Hawaii at the time, right? And they actually had to make it a point in the video to say, please do not come to our home. If you see us out at the grocery store, or if you see us at Walmart or whatever, come on up, say hi. We'll take a picture with you. We love our fans. But please do not show up at our front door. And it's pretty fucking sad when you actually have to make a disclaimer begging your fans not to show up at your fucking front door.
Yeah. But it's also the fact of...
Unless your fans are all Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah. With Basement's side of this, it's going to come with the territory because of how much they are putting out there.
Well, right.
And, I don't know about these guys. I can't really speak on them, but I'm more of the people that like show every aspect of their life, and like they lead a trail of crumbs for the creeps, and they keep the creeps around because the creeps pay. Like they look at women's wrestling. They keep the creeps around because the creeps love them, but then they can't keep the creeps around and hate the creeps. You can't have your cake and eat it too in that respect.
Agreed.
That's just them. Anyways, fuck this topic.
Yep.
Yes.
I need to go get a drink. I'll be right back.
You know what I'm gonna play in the meantime, Connor? This video, which I think is just a reflection.
What?
I'm going to show you my penis.
All right, hold on.
Just get the Vaseline ready.
Penis Vaselinus.
Oh, God, that's so loud.
Sorry, I was muted. Back and forth. I got some stuff going on here and trying to airplanes flying low. On the celebrity aspect, before you get into that thing, the only thing I will say is not having really gotten to the point where I ever had to deal with that fucking issue, thank God, is that I agree with Basement in the sense of that it's a double-sided coin. Like, yeah, celebrities are one thing because if they're actors or they're in the public spotlight, they kind of know what they're signing up for. The pseudo celebs, you're talking YouTubers and social media influencers and stuff like that. That's a different scenario where like you can control what is put out there. And a great person, I know some of you may know who this is. Corpse. Corpse is a great example of that because he keeps things very close to the chest to the point where you don't know what his fucking face looks like, so you wouldn't know him walking down the street. And others have done it. Some have done a good job of it. Some have done not so good job of it. Do we want the stalking? Of course, fucking not. But at the same time, it's like you get what you put out there too. So it's kind of like I'm on your side on that one, Basement, where it's like it's a double-edged. It's two sides.
Yeah, if you're gonna open your whole life to somebody, you're gonna basically invite somebody virtually into your house and then cry wolf when they fucking become a creep because you already knew.
Hell, look at fucking, like, just for example, and I know this is a bad example because fuck Andrew Tate, but Andrew Tate, right? Look how they found him. They found him because he ordered a pizza and he shared it, and because they found out where the pizza that he got. Where he got it from, they were able to fucking arrest him. So it's like, well, again, put out there and you try to, idiot. He deserves it. Anyway, we're watching.
So, can you see the ghost?
So is it a ghost?
No.
Can you see the ghost? If it's a guy in a sheet getting hit by a car, I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
It's not a ghost. Here's the video. It shows up on the right side. I think it's either a glare or it could be like a fucking animal. But
I don't think it's an animal because you can almost see through it, but I do think it might be a glare.
That white dot at the end there?
No,
on the right side.
Right there.
Look, it has two eyes almost for me. It looks like it's Harry Potter's fucking Pegasus or whatever.
Cloak and blown around.
That shit he shoots.
Let me full screen this shit because I have the article up. Just give me a second.
We'll replay play that shit. Hopefully,
I
it
just
doesn't get
thought
flagged.
this would be a fun little debate.
We're gonna sit here and analyze this fucking video for fucking 4 hours, aren't we?
No, we're
Yes,
gonna
sir.
squint.
So when we pause it here, oh, I didn't pause it. So when we pause it there, you can see. I don't know.
Oh,
why
it does kind of look
pickaxe.
like an animal right there.
Yeah.
When you don't pause it
It's
here,
transparent though, because you can still see the line of the road.
It looks like
That's true.
nothing.
And it looks like whatever it is, it looks like it's standing up.
Can we get it to freeze frame for us?
You know what it looks like to me?
I see it.
It looks
Ectoplasm,
like the road
ectoplasm
workers
everywhere.
didn't. No, it looks like the road workers forgot to
Same.
pick something up. It doesn't look like shit to me.
No, because you see,
You can
there's
see it.
the
Yeah,
line through it.
you can see the line through it. It looks like a glare.
I think it's a lens flare because there could be a
I
piece of
mean-
glass around there.
If
Yeah,
it
that's
not-
is, if it is a ghost, it looks like Cubert.
Yes.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
looks like one of those things
People
from
in the chat, you
fucking,
guys think it's a ghost or no?
It looks like one of those things from Space Invaders. Get the fuck out.
Help me!
It's an undownloaded NBC.
Listen,
Okay,
I've
thank
seen
you.
this episode of Supernatural. You do not want to stop.
I
I
mean,
would
it would
stop
scare the
easily.
shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie, but I
I
don't
mean,
think it's real.
I've seen weirder shit. I mean, there's videos on YouTube where like people are driving and you actually see like a fucking human being
Walking
standing in the
outside
front of the
road.
fucking or standing in the middle of the road and the car goes through it. That's the shit that I'm like, how the fuck?
You know
I
what?
can't explain that.
Good editing.
You know what I think
Oh.
it is? Okay, so if you look here in this image, there's a big light in front of them, right? You know
Yeah.
how you get like random patches of fog?
Dog. Yeah.
It's the light reflecting off the fog on the side of the road.
That could be.
Either way.
Because what the fuck is in front of this
So
person?
Bodo usually drives at night, and he says driving at night like you usually do. Do you get on the reflections off stupid crap? So I think he's saying you get reflections off of stupid
What
crap.
is this light in front of them?
No. Are we gonna worry
It looks
about?
like the reflection of a road sign.
So wait, hold on. If it's got horns on it, does that make it a bullfog?
Oh my god.
Yes.
Man,
I think it's nothing.
remember when he was muted?
I honestly, out of any of the explanations that we have come up with on this call, I think that basements is probably the most likely. Fog, a patch of fog.
Catch me
Either
on Ghost
that or-
Adventures.
Either that or a lens flare, like Heather said.
I'm gonna go with a glare and
Yeah.
back on that note because I don't care.
I'm gonna go with Colin Kaepernick's career.
One night we should
Yes.
pull up all the ghost videos on YouTube and review them and see what we can.
We still
Oh,
still
man.
need to do.
We see who can get the jump scare first.
Yes.
We also
So
still need to do
Wendy and I, speaking of people running alongside the road, Wendy and I is 2 weeks ago
That's a
the other
odd
night you were with
segue.
us. We were coming back from somewhere and some dude was out fucking running and I didn't know what the fuck it was, but it fucking scared the shit out of me.
It came out of nowhere, but I saw him. I figured he saw him because I saw him. I'm usually the one late to the party when it comes to that shit. But then all of a sudden, I looked down at my phone because I had my phone. Wendy didn't want it. I looked down and all of a sudden I just heard, oh.
What the fuck, dude?
It's a Patronus.
Good God, Connor, what were you saying?
So I want to talk about this California thing. Can we do that?
Oh.
California love.
California's falling.
I don't care.
California.
Falling?
California.
So here's the thing. All these
There's
fucking
definitely
people crying and pissing and moaning because they're getting snow. Number one,
Okay, I do.
this is the problem with our infrastructure today because Gina can vouch for this. The snow that they're getting, we get like all the fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's like, oh, the climate change people.
Mm.
I'm just going to say this. People saying that, oh, we've got to fix this. Well, how about you go get some snow plows and you get the same shit. Listen, you get the same shit we got here. That shit won't fucking happen.
Here's the problem.
Start spending money wisely, people.
I agree, but and you're gonna think that I'm gonna argue against you. But what I'm actually going to say is this is exactly, all these climate people want to talk about blah blah blah. You guys know how I feel about that stuff. Like usually I'm all for like the climate stuff. However, when you're talking about California, this is a state that is so badly affected by the island effect. And for people out there that doesn't know what that is, the heat island effect is basically where everything is fucking concrete. Okay, that does not just apply to heat. Okay, when you have everything that is concrete, there's nowhere for the water to go. So when your snow starts melting, you start flooding, extreme floods like what they're having right now. And, the snow comes in, you don't have snow plows. It's going to create a huge mess. And not only that, but Californians are not used to this amount of snow. They're not even used to this amount of rain. Like, we're talking about a place, they have got more water in this past 2 weeks than they have probably in the past decade.
Ooh, then this fire.
But again, my point is, and
I feel like they're always complaining, whether they're on fire, they're filled with water. Yeah. Holy shit, man! What do you want?
So my thing is,
playing ground.
Please stop complaining about it.
I mean, it's tough to see anybody go through what they're going through because they are going through it right now. They're getting nailed, But do they feel the same way when the Midwest is flooding? Because we have the Mississippi
because they're
River.
in fucking paradise 90% of the time.
Exactly. It's if you want the entire world to feel bad and try to help you in certain situations, then you need to put that place
live in paradise
on. Well, you need to put that same attitude towards other people. And I'm not saying all Californians are like, oh, I don't fucking care what's going on in the Midwest. Some of them might. Because, I have a couple of friends that live out in California. They're fucking amazing people.
I don't care.
I don't see, like...
They're on fire, but, yeah.
Okay, so, like, California is usually, like, they're fires, right? So, like, that's what they're proficient in. They know how to put out fires out there.
I don't know if they know how to put them out. They don't know how to make them.
Because there's still, they got enough water over there now that they won't have to fucking worry about fires.
Well, my whole point is they're proficient in fires. Like, they know how to deal with fires. Us in the Midwest, we are proficient in flooding. Snow and flooding, because we deal with it all the fucking time. Anywhere that you are that is around the Mississippi River, especially the further south you get, because the Mississippi River obviously gets bigger as it heads south, all of those states are very proficient in flooding. Okay, so we're proficient in flooding and snow. We know how to deal with that. Now, if you take the situations and you reverse them, okay, like it is right now, California, they do not have any idea how to deal with flooding. They have no idea how to deal with snow. We would have no idea how to fucking deal with fires the way that Californians do. We would deal with them, obviously, but the response would not be as fast as it is in California.
We deal with fires here.
Yeah, but not big ass fucking wild fires. I can't talk flowers.
Look,
those pesky wildflowers.
You don't want to know why we don't deal with fires like that?
Because we're not stupid.
We're not fucking idiots.
Well, not only that, but we also our climate is different. We do not have to deal with extreme dry most of the time. Now, yes, we do have some summers. We do have some summers where it's extremely dry, but we're not talking about California desert dry. That climate in itself, and you put people that don't know.
Desert dry, though? That's sand.
Sand is dry, you dumb.
Yeah, but sand doesn't catch on fire. This is my point.
Okay, but the entire state of California is not desert. Okay, I was just talking about the climate.
The northern part of California is not desert.
Right, but the climate itself is very hot. It is very hot. It is very hot, and it is very dry most of the time.
Sacramento can get cold.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, as a whole, the state of California is mostly dry and warm. Okay, now you take somebody that doesn't know. Can I finish? You take somebody that does not know what they are doing and you put them in the middle of a fucking forest down there. That is how your wildfires start, okay? What I'm saying is they are trained. Even their fucking prisoners down in California are trained to fight fires, okay? Like, that is what they do. That's how they know how to fucking deal with that shit. If we had the same situation where we had a giant forest that is on fire and it is risking millions of homes, we would not have the same response that California did. We would have a response, but we would not have a quick response like they do because they have more fire stations down there than we do.
I can honestly tell you, and I'm going to say this, I disagree.
Okay, hold on. But you're basically okay.
We have the exact same. If there was a forest fire in the state of Wisconsin, I can guarantee you that we would react. Our firefighters,
we're gonna react.
Whoever would react the exact same way they would out there.
I would run into the fire.
Okay, but my point is,
you guys are basically arguing the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
No, my point is, they are more used to fires than they are water and snow.
The argument is that
we
California
are more used to water and snow instead of fires. Yes. What I'm saying is they don't know how to fucking deal with the shit that we're used to dealing with, just like we wouldn't know how to deal with the shit the way that they do.
You guys are more equipped, I think, to deal with the vastness of things. The thing is, like, when you live in a place that, like, the climate changes over the year, that's different than a place that's relatively stays the same. So when, like, something comes out of nowhere, they don't know how to handle it. I just don't like. I don't give a flying fucking shit about California.
I agree.
Yep.
California's going to fall into the ocean at some point.
It should fall into the ocean because fuck that state.
It's called erosion. And it's happening very, very quickly.
San Andreas faults. That fucker's going to explode one day.
Good.
Yeah.
Someone called a rock.
The entire West Coast is living on a prayer right now.
We're halfway there.
So you know, the thing is, the funny thing is like with San Andreas fault line.
Recently, this shit's been going on for years. Ever since Mount St. Helens blew, that fucking side of the country is living.
Have you seen the movie San Andreas?
So you talk about the San Andreas fault line, and a lot of people, obviously, I'm going to assume everybody on this fucking call realizes that the San Andreas fault line does not just fucking stop on the West Coast. Like, it continues.
Gina?
It continues into Mexico and under the ocean. And if you actually follow that fault line all the way down, it actually goes all the way down to Tonga, Hawaii, all that shit.
Gina, it's not your fault. It's mine.
I hate you.
I hate myself!
You fucking give me shit for my bullfrog fucking joke.
But everybody's always like, "Oh, that's San Andreas. It's a California."
No, it would be
no, it's not.
It'd be unbelievably destructive. That's why they made a movie about it with starring The Rock.
Yeah, but that was my point because like everybody's like, "Oh, San Andreas goes off, California's gonna fall off. Who cares?" Do you have any idea what the implications would be if the San Andreas fault line fucking blew? It would impact the entire fucking
it'd be like
world.
Monstrous disaster, and it will happen.
Tidal waves, waves, cracks.
Then it would be no one's fault.
And not only that, but the San Andreas fault line is connected to almost every other fault line that runs through America. So you may not.
So it's everybody's fault.
But I mean, you may not get a huge like if San Andreas goes, you may not get a gigantic earthquake in Minnesota here where I am, but we will feel tremors because it's going to travel through the fault.
Love that movie.
The only thing that I want to say, look, I get it. But snow falls, and snow can fall anywhere. If you think it's so fucking dumb. Like this is like world news tonight. They spent a half hour talking about fucking California because oh my god, it snowed. It had 5 inches of fucking snow, and everybody's fucking dying over there.
I thought it was 5 feet.
I love the fact that snow falls. The more you know.
No, I could have sworn it was like 5 feet. And not only that, but you're also talking about people that are used to like
Fuck them.
In the mountains.
Okay? Fuck them.
I was about to say I equate it more to like the
5 feet.
But I would equate it more to like, hey, check out this volcano that erupted in the Antarctic.
Hey, check out this
You know what I love,
7.8 earthquake where everyone's buried under the rubble, but California got hit with 5 inches of snow.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up.
Pompeii.
I love the fact that like California is being made such a big deal. When the Tonga fucking earthquake when the Tonga volcano happened, it was barely in the fucking news. Or like Basement just brought up.
We haven't been fucking looking at that shit at all.
Basement, you just brought up.
They're essentially volcanoes.
We have no news on California because nobody cares here.
But Basement, you just brought up like the earthquakes that happened in
Syria,
and Greece,
Iran,
right?
Sorry, I don't know where
it was Greece.
Where there's mountains, there's an earthquake. It doesn't fucking matter.
Snow, it falls.
But my whole point is. The news is covering California so fucking much, but yet you don't barely hear shit about like all these people that were just killed in those earthquakes over in Iran and Greece.
I mean, I don't want to hear shit, but okay.
Hear me.
Yes.
Again, where there's mountains, there's going to be earthquakes. We can't.
I agree with Connor's. I agree with Connor's thumbnail. Or no, that was Basement at this point. Was it Connor? Wait.
What?
So. Yep, it's Connor. I agree with your thumbnail.
Had that for 20 minutes. It's not longer.
I just now noticed it.
Went from.
I was too busy arguing fault lines.
It's not your fault.
It had nothing to do with snow, but whatever.
It had to do with climate. And you know how I am with the climate stuff. So, hey, you brought it up.
I want to get a shirt that says climate, it happens.
Right?
It's true. It is true. Now, you know, as much as I love talking about the climate stuff, and yes, there are certain factors to climate change that are true, the Earth also goes through a natural cycle. The only difference
is climate change.
The only difference is the Earth is going through the cycles faster now than it normally does.
We need puberty blockers.
That's it. Like the climate. Okay, so like the circulation for the changes are happening more frequently because there's obviously more pollution and all that other shit. That's the only difference.
1 minute. I'm sorry.
Circulation. No
Garbage to space.
I'm so seasoned.
That's why I love these people that are like, oh, well, we need to do this, and this, and this. Yeah, we do need to do that, but that's still not going to stop what's fucking happening right now. It's not going to stop the rapid storms. It's not going to stop the increasing volcanoes or anything like that. It's not going to stop any of that because it's already too late to fucking stop any of that.
I literally had somebody tell me that I need to do my part. And I said, what is my part? You need to recycle. I do that.
You need to do it.
It's a requirement that we fucking recycle.
No, you can do your part, but it's still not going to be enough.
Sounds like someone that's not doing their part.
The thing is, when you have cities like Tokyo that are providing so much pollution into, there's nothing like the entire United States. We could all start recycling, and we could, figure out what to do with our hazardous waste. It's still not going to make a difference. It's not going to change because.
We here in the United States are not the fucking problem.
No, it's like
China. Is in China, Japan, Russia, all them fucking people over there. Now, I'm not saying that it's all your fault. I mean, we're contributing to it, but we actually, our emissions aren't as bad.
No,
it's anybody consumerism.
Are you omitting your emissions?
I believe that the United States is ranked I think it's 4th in the world for emission rates. But you also have to remember the populations. I mean, obviously we are going to be emitting more emissions into the freaking air than, let's say, Iran, because we have
so far away.
How many more freaking people living here?
I wouldn't use Iran as an example. I wouldn't even use India.
Iran?
Iran was a bad example, but I used Iran as a smaller country.
Iran can be like California and just fall into a fucking abyss.
Okay, fine. So let's put it this way. obviously we're gonna be putting more out than a country like Turkey, okay? Because we are how many times bigger than Turkey is? We have how much more population?
We're more technologically developed than what Turkey is.
Right.
If anything, the United States is probably the country that has done the most to try to eradicate the problem.
You're correct.
But yet we're still always
That's
the
what you
ones
would
being
say.
pointed at.
American.
It's no matter what, it's going to be the United States' fault just because.
I agree.
So you're saying we need to make an emissions mission?
But yeah, my whole
I think
point
we should
is
send the garbage to space.
I hate you. That's my whole point. I hate
I
you.
mean, hey,
No, there are
White
too many.
House.
We have been over this. There are too many fucking satellites orbiting the fucking Earth in order to send hazardous material into space. It's too risky.
So Gina, are there too many satellites to shoot the space shuttle to go into the?
They sent a
Honestly, I think there's too
Tesla.
many satellites for anything to be done.
They sent a
in space.
Tesla into space.
I think there's just too many satellites. First of all, they need to figure out what the fuck to do with all these satellites that are broken down up there and stop letting them roam around.
Send them to space.
They're in space already.
I'm gonna send you to space.
I'm gonna send you to space, you fucking asshole.
Push them past the gravitational pull and they'll float out to
Well,
the
I have to get them past
So-
the moon somehow.
They need
Send me
to
to
go light
space.
on. They need to go light on the satellite.
Yes.
Oh, I hate you
Right.
guys.
Then we can talk. Then we
I
can
try
talk
to
more
have
about
an
the emissions
intellectual
mission. Or you're
conversation,
omitting
and
the
this is
emissions
where we fucking end up.
I mean,
Send it to space.
I think it's a legitimate thing we could do.
You hated on my argument. My argument was pretty fucking good.
Okay, but
And I agree with
your argument is
Colin
a
Kaepernick,
solution.
send him to space.
Your argument is a solution for now, but we are looking for solutions that could possibly be in effect for future generations, and your argument is going to cause a huge problem for generations in the future.
You're sounding like somebody that wants to be sent to space, Judah.
That sounds like space talk to me.
I'm gonna
Sorry,
join
I was-
Space Force.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was spacing out.
God damn it, that's what happens when I try to have a fucking intellectual conversation with your stupid ass basement.
We talked this to death.
We have talked this to death. You guys
dude.
don't even understand. The listeners out there, we have literally been on calls until fucking 5-7 o'clock in the morning arguing this shit.
Or in my case, 1 minute from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m.
See, and Boto said we need to take all our waste and shoot it into the sun. Where is the sun? In space.
Space.
I hate you guys so much. So fucking much right
Say the
now.
SpongeBob episode. We should take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else.
I mean,
Oh
it'll
my
incinerate before it gets there, so it'll just, it'll be all right.
I'll see you on the launch pad.
And yes, Connor, you can take Colin Kaepernick with you.
So, basement,
I'm not taking with him. I'm throwing first.
JP just brought up an excellent point. What are you going to do if some of that, let's say a large amount of that hazardous waste ends up back in our orbit? What happens to things when it comes into our orbit?
We'll
It
deal with
starts
that
on
when the time
fire.
comes.
It starts
It'll
on
join the
fire on its
satellites.
way back. It starts on fire on its way back down to Earth. What happens to hazardous material when it starts on fire, basement?
It burns up.
Burns up and burns up on re-entry, becomes
into
smaller.
the atmosphere, which thereby is going
Which
to
it's
poison
kind
all
of doing
of us.
anyway while being on the planet. So, listen, send it
That's
to
why we
space.
push it. If you push it outside of Earth's gravitational pull, that probably won't happen.
See, that was the plan, but you know
If we
what?
get it out
I guess I don't make any sense.
Cool. You can send it all the way out to the edge of the Milky Way, and hopefully the Andromeda system catches it and then pulls it away.
Yeah.
Hell, the sun would take care
Yeah,
of
then
all
the
these
aliens are
problems.
going to come and invade because we're sending our shit to the.
The shit happens.
Oh, some man's trash.
They're gonna take us for the free energy.
Some
It's
man's
another
trash
man's
is another man's
treasure.
treasure. Send it to space.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, the hazardous nuclear
Oh.
waste or fucking reactive waste, that's free energy for them.
Space, baby.
Right.
You know what? I'm not even gonna lie. His argument is basically the only one that makes even semi sense. So you know what? I'll go with it. Whatever.
See?
Ironically, she's for the space case.
No, you know what though? I'm not even for it.
Space
It's
Force,
just I
baby.
haven't heard I have not heard another argument for dealing with hazardous waste that is going to actually have a chance of dealing with it.
JP, I have a note here that if you don't recycle that water bottle you're drinking out of, our emissions are going to go down the fucking toilet.
Do your part.
I will. When I'm done drinking this, I will go put it in the recycling bin.
Better.
Fucking better. I'll watch you.
And do with it from there.
Ends up as a detergent bottle over in Tokyo.
Or it ends up in a landfill and not my fault. I didn't put it there.
Well,
okay, Bodo, I want to
not put it there.
I did not say that shooting our shit into the sun wouldn't do any damage. When I was talking about shit burning and coming back down into the atmosphere, that was if hazardous material would happen to get back into our orbit and be sucked back down into our orbit in Earth. Because whenever something crosses the orbit coming into Earth, it starts on fire.
Yeah, because the sun is. I'm not kidding
in California.
The sun is fucking.
Bodo just wants to fucking kill the sun. God damn.
I mean, good luck trying.
You want all of us to die, huh?
27 million degrees Fahrenheit.
Here's the thing. The sun is kind of already killing itself because I don't know if you guys heard about this.
All stars do.
Well, I don't know. Right, but I don't know if you guys heard about this.
Yes.
Maybe a couple of weeks ago.
It had like a solar flare. A lot of shit broke off or something.
Yeah. Like a big solar flare happened, and like a big chunk of like the back side of the sun that's not facing us broke off.
Faces us at some point.
Well, it wasn't facing us at the time.
You are correct.
So what you're saying
so
is
it's kind of killing itself anyway. So
trash.
The sun is eventually going to become a red giant that's going to end up swallowing the Earth.
Well, we'll be dead long before that. Mankind gone.
30 million years from now.
This whole generation's
if you think about it, eventually, like you guys said, the sun is a star. So eventually the sun will die, and then everything on Earth will also die because we can't survive without the sun.
Well, we can just
because if you kill the sun, then we die.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, unless you have like artificial sun to take care of the plants and shit like that, then
you will freeze to death immediately.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. So when the sun goes,
we're
going to go with it because it's going to incinerate the fuck out of us.
Yeah,
it's going to explode.
Here.
Yeah, big old.
I can't wait.
Fuck this shit. I'm so done with this topic.
I know you guys were gonna watch a little. You guys were gonna do a little bit of The Last of Us, but unfortunately, I have work in the mañana and I have to get off the call. Unfortunately, so I gotta get out.
It kind of works out perfectly, so you're not spoiled.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yes, considering it's the season finale.
Dun, 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 dun. I'll binge watch it. I swear to God, I will.
Plop.
But
it's so good. You have to, man. It's so.
I know it's good, but I've been too. Where the fuck is my everything? God damn it! I can't keep track of anything. Anyway, I have to hop off, but I will be on tomorrow for some Harry Potter.
Yep, I gotta watch the movie yet.
Same.
That's the band, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
But
you're over at Horny Goat. We come prepared all the time.
Yeah,
clearly.
No
see
way.
My icon. Thank you all in the chat. You guys have a good night, all, and I will see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, Connor.
Peace out.
Bye, Connor. He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. All right.
Send him to space. So now's the time. We are going to watch the last episode of The Last of Us. Obviously, we can't share the footage, but we'll be reacting to it as it plays. We'll give you guys a heads up when we're about to start it. So if you want to watch it along with us, you can. It's on HBO Max in the States, and it's on Crave in Canada. I know nobody Canadian watches us, so fuck my ass.
No, actually, we do have more than just you in Canada watching.
I know.
I've looked at
I know Really Mysterious is in Canada, and there's a couple other people in Canada.
Canada.
I wonder if there's anybody in Indonesia.
So before we start, I'm going to... I don't want to show this fucking...
I'm going to go pee while you take care of that.
God, why do I got to take care of it?
I have to pee too, but like...
Go.
Okay,
I got to pee as well.
I was going to say, I didn't know if you got to pee too. I was going to wait, but fine, I'm going.
So, JP, how you doing?
I'm doing, man. Just sitting here with Wendy, waiting on So this series, if you have not watched it, is really good. I'm not a huge fan of zombie like type apocalypse shit, but this is actually pretty good series. The game, and they have done a pretty good job with this series of staying true to the game in certain points.
They've been pretty solid with it. I mean, they've omitted. Obviously, they're going to omit a lot of the gameplay. They've gone a bit light on the action. They've got they got a bit light on the action and the infected, which kind of. I mean, it's who's to say if it would do better with them. In my mind, I think they did a pretty solid job. The pacing at times for me has been a bit weird. Seems a bit rushed, but that's coming from me being the game player, where it took fucking 20 hours to get through, where this is 8 hours, I guess, or 9 hours max.
Right.
Yeah. This has been pretty good. I've enjoyed the series. I will say that episode 7 was not my favorite, or was it an 8?
7.
Episode 7 was not
7.
my
Yeah, with
favorite.
them all. Yeah.
So yeah, before we get started, Gina, you weren't here while we talked about that. What are your thoughts on the placement of episode 7 and kind of how it, for me, it derailed the story a bit, not in a positive way, but it did add depth.
Here's the thing. The placement was actually right where it was supposed to be, because in the DLC, that's actually where the DLC was supposed to be placed, was at that part.
But the DLC is like, I told this to Heather too. It's like the game was released and then the DLC is released, so it's almost experienced after the entire game is experienced.
Right. And I actually didn't know that was where it was supposed to be, because I actually had this very conversation with Austin today. And he was the one that told me that, like, in the game, that's when it's supposed to take place, when she flashes back or whatever. But I honestly thought that they spent too much time on her backstory. Now, I wouldn't have had a problem if they would have placed it anywhere else. But considering what had just happened to Joel, and then you flash back, I feel like they spent way too much time on the fact that she had a crush on her best friend, and then, watching that play out. It wasn't that it was a bad episode or anything like that. I just didn't like the fact that there was so much time spent on that particular storyline instead of what was happening with Joel.
So that episode drug on for me, and
it could have been made a lot shorter.
Getting across, I did not bother, because I already knew that's where they were going with it. But the game version, the DLC, was so much better.
Well, here's the thing.
Because what they did is I don't know how long, I didn't play the game, but I do know that DLC version doesn't last very long. So it's like a...
Well, okay, here's the thing. They easily could have driven the point that they were trying to drive. They could have driven that in less time. Like, they could have spent like let's say half an hour telling that story of the flashback, and then flashback to what was going on at the moment.
The problem with that, with episode 7, is they were pushing a point that didn't need to be pushed.
So
that's the problem.
Well, go ahead. The thing is like, having Ellie's backstory and having the story told with her and her best friend Riley, who was also her first love, and all of that stuff, I think that adds depth to her character. So I don't mind that they told the story. It's just, I felt like there was a lot of filler in that episode where there didn't need to be. They easily could have made it shorter and then spent the rest of the time of the episode with what was going on currently with her and Joel.
So what I would have done, after seeing it all, I would have taken this episode. I would have actually created an episode between the the episode where what happens with Henry and Sam, and the episode that they meet Tommy. I would have put this in between that, and I would have combined it with that 3-month gap that we don't get to see.
Boto, let me ask you this. Why don't you like the girl? I think the girl is doing a phenomenal job, number one.
I actually think she's the standout of the show, personally.
I mean,
and I had huge problems with her originally.
I did too. I was very apprehensive when they cast her as Ellie, but I think she has done a phenomenal job with it. But I also think that a lot of that has to do with Joel or with Pablo as well, because
I don't think so. I think
two have such a dynamic together, and they develop such a great friendship off screen that it is able to allow them to be their characters better on screen, if that makes sense.
Bella Ramsey, for me, is the standout of the series. And she portrays Ellie, for me at least, better than Pedro portrays Joel.
Oh, see, I disagree with that. I disagree 100%. Like, I love Pedro's.
I think he does an excellent job. It's just
I just realized that the chat was calling him Pablo, and I fucking called him Pablo. I hate you.
Who the fuck is your
Pablo? But no,
so let me clarify. Let me clarify a bit, because I do feel like the toughest job is the job of Ellie's actor in this show.
Yes.
If that failed, the entirety of it would fall apart.
Agreed.
It's more important than the character of Joel. Though Joel is the main piece in this part of the storyline, the grand overarching thing, if Ellie's wrong, the whole fucking thing is doomed in my mind. And she has more depth, like not depth, but like more wider range of emotions she has to pull off.
So here's the thing though, Boto. Without her,
you don't have a story.
You don't have a fucking story.
No.
Yep.
I mean,
so that's why I think she's doing a phenomenal job, and she is hitting everything. Well, she's at the beginning was a little slow for her.
Same.
But as she at the episode before the finale,
she can lead season 2.
I would be okay. She will be if she is the Ellie in the next series. I'm okay with it.
So if you look at Last of Us as a whole, and that includes the first game and the second game, Ellie is the main character. Mm-hmm. You don't really play as her that much in the first game, but she is the main character.
Around her.
Exactly. Yeah. She's the protagonist of the entire story. And that's like, it's interesting from a game perspective where she is the protagonist and you play as her for maybe like 3 hours or 2 hours of the gameplay, but it's still true. I mean, none of them are really doing a bad job in my mind. Everybody is kind of pulling it off.
Will say, sorry.
I was just gonna like I said with the 7th episode, the backstory for Ellie, it should have been combined with some building of their relationship or the struggle of their relationship in that 3-month gap that happens that we don't get to see. Because after that, once they get to Tommy's place, things seem a bit rushed. There's 3 months. Yeah. A lot of fucking shit happens in 3 months. You could pull off like good things that kind of broke up that backstory, because the backstory was too much all at once, and it kind of like it misfired on its target audience. Like,
I agree.
Nobody watching this is 14 years old, or should they're like. Technically, that's not the target audience, right?
I mean, I will say, like, the 7th episode, like, you know, the whole mall scene and all of that, it was nice because, like, you know, for us, for our generation, growing up in the mall and seeing that, you know, seeing what's happening to a lot of the places where we spent our childhood, and they played the video games that we played when we were kids. So it was a nice flashback, but I did not think it needed to be as centralized as it was. It did not need a whole episode.
Yeah, So Boto, here's why, and I'm going to respond to his last thing that he said. I did not watch The Walking Dead.
I'm actually watching The Walking Dead right now.
I have. So I have watched The Walking Dead.
I don't know what I don't care about The Walking Dead. I care about this isn't a zombie movie.
No.
To me. This
And
is
neither
somebody
is The
getting
Walking
infected with some
Dead.
sort of virus.
And not only that, but even the people that are infected, while they have the mentality of a zombie, they did such a fucking amazing job giving them their own unique characteristics.
So
I will say this. Pedro Pascal right now is my favorite actor. If I had
agree.
an actor, he and I've said this to Heather, and I think I've said this to Basement. This motherfucker should win an Emmy
or an Oscar.
And he should at some point. The guy literally in one of the episodes didn't say anything, and he was still the best actor in that.
And
fucking
that's why he was greatly cast, because he can really emote with his face.
So Austin wanted my mom to watch it, right? He wanted my mom to watch the show because he loves this show and he wanted to share it with Grandma. Fine. So we started rewatching it again today. And just rewatching it, I picked up on so many little social cues that he does throughout the show. For instance,
in The Mandalorian too.
Yeah, for instance, in episode 1, and I believe in part of episode 2, every single time that he looks at Ellie, he looks at his watch. And when they show the watch, it shows the bullet. And then you flash back, and I started thinking, I'm like, holy fuck. That glass on that watch was literally what saved. No, the glass on the watch was literally what fucking saved his life. So his daughter pretty much saved his life because she had the glass.
It went through her and then hit him on the side.
Well, no, but if you look at the watch it back, and you look at the watch. You can see where the bullet hit the watch. So he got hit too, and he would have died, but the bullet hit the watch and ricocheted off of the glass, and that's how he only got grazed.
So I don't agree. The watch is broken, but it's not due to the bullet. A bullet hits a watch, the watch is fucking destroyed. I'm sorry. It's not ricocheting off a watch.
You can literally
It has a hole.
I understand what you're saying, but in the show, it looks like a bullet ricocheted off of the glass.
So it's
every single time that he looks at,
it's symbolism for his daughter who was shot. It's just the way that the watch looks. It looks the same in the game, though.
Right. Yeah, but every time he looks at Ellie, he looks down at his watch, and this is before.
It happens in the game all the time too. You just don't pick it up as well.
This is before he started really getting close to her, but that was just another little social cue as the show goes on, along with the game, that he's starting to think of her more as a daughter.
Yeah, and I mean they really get that. I mean,
I agree,
they
Bodo.
take it from the game very well. So one thing I want to mention, because Bodo did bring up The Walking Dead, this show inevitably will be compared to The Walking Dead a lot. I would compare it probably to the earlier seasons more of The Walking Dead, where it's really character centric, and the zombies are more of like the environment around them. Not so much the later ones where it gets a bit wild, but The Walking Dead it leans really heavily into the soap opera-ish aspect, and it's also the attention to detail on The Walking Dead is nowhere close.
I agree
to this show.
Yeah, I actually brought that up with Austin today because when we were watching the show with my mom, and as I said, I just recently started watching The Walking Dead again, and I looked at Austin and I go, the zombies on here are so much better done than the fucking Walking Dead, because like The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead, like, the zombies they're moving so fucking slowly. It's like, how the fuck can you not get away from them?
It's also like the The Walking Dead is like the B- version of The Last of Us. In all honesty, because like
I like The Walking Dead.
I do too, but like the acting is nowhere near as good. Like the cast is way too big. It gets diluted. The storyline is all diluted. They don't really focus on like the progression. There's no progression in, like, I guess, how the zombies turn. This is a lot more based in realism. They do talk about how the virus began, and I mean, on top of that, The Walking Dead, how many fucking times are people walking through the forest and all of a sudden random zombie just shows up behind them? It's like, how did you not hear these fucking things from a mile away?
Especially with how fucking slow they are.
And how loud they are in every scene except for when they want to surprise somebody.
Yeah.
Also, the characters in the Walking Dead are much more like they have a couple layers, but The Last of Us, they're pretty fucking layered characters.
And like I said, it's the small, subtle social cues that they do in the show that they did in the game. Some of them they didn't even do in the game. They just added into the show. But it's just those small little things that when you watch it back a second time, you start really, really seeing all of the little stuff.
I think if you took the best episodes of The Walking Dead, you might end up with 8 or 9 that are equivalent to The Last of Us. But they're all broken up all over the place. They have some really good episodes of The Walking Dead. It's just very inconsistent.
I do agree with what Bodo said, though. So far, episode 4, by far my favorite.
For me, actually,
I think it was 3 or 4.
For me,
was it 3? Was it 3?
We know which one we're talking about.
What was Nick Offerman? Yeah.
For me, that's number 2. Episode 8 was actually number 1 for me.
Episode 8 was really good. Like episode 8, the thing is, episode 8 accomplishes 2 things. It sticks very closely to the game, and it's probably the best done. And it hits the action, it hits the emotion, it hits all aspects, right?
It really drives home the fact that David is just a fucking
the last episode, episode 8, sold me on Ellie.
Yeah,
the girl.
That was like the fucking home run. That was the episode that really was like, okay, you can do a second season with her.
I would say episode whatever it was with Nick Offerman, that's my first, and 8 is probably my second.
I mean, the episode with him was really good.
Yeah.
But then they tried recreating it with the fucking episode 7, which I just
I got those vibes too, and I'm like, you can't you captured lightning in a bottle, leave it be.
Yeah.
And the reason why I love that episode was because it was so well done, and it was just such a fucking beautiful love story. You know, regardless of whether they're a gay couple, straight couple, I don't give a fuck. It was
nobody really cared if you cared for like film production.
So yes, it was a beautiful love story, but also that wasn't really the focal point of the episode.
Yeah, it was it was building up what Joel needed to do
after they're dead,
and the type of character that Joel was. It showed what Joel had given up, where they embraced it, right? What I wanted to say about episode 7, we get Joel's backstory to an extent. That's 25 minutes, 30 minutes of the first episode. They should have followed that with Ellie's backstory. Why give her an hour more? And this is why I messaged you guys. I'm like, you know what? People will complain about like the homosexual agenda with The Last of Us. Yeah. They don't really have a homosexual agenda, but giving an hour-long episode to Ellie's backstory, you can kind of see that.
Which is not even the full backstory of her. It's just the backstory of her bite.
Yeah, which didn't need. It's so much time wasted.
It's the backstory of her bite and the backstory of like her first love or whatever. But like, meanwhile, when she first, like when Marlene sits down with her, you know, and was talking with her, and she finds out that Marlene was the one that brought her to Fedra to begin with. That was literally like a bleep in the eye. Like they just pretty much passed that over. Like why did Marlene drop her off at Fedra? Okay, so she would be safe. But why did Marlene not think that was the safest place for her to be at the time if they were fighting against Fedra? There's no backstory to that.
I think there's like an acceptable complaint against The Last of Us to giving more time to the homosexual storylines than the storylines that needed a bit more. Like, I can't really complain about the Bill and stuff because that was really good and it did need to happen. The Ellie and Riley storyline didn't need the time that it was given, and it actually is a detriment to the overall storyline, giving it an hour long.
Does anybody know why they only made it 9 episodes instead of 10?
Apparently it was 10 episodes, and they cut it down, and that's why they have those hour-and-a-half episodes.
Oh, okay.
I think they had some like scenes that just kind of dragged.
That was an odd number.
I mean, I personally think it could have been done in 10, and there's certain things that they could have developed on, like the Marlene, like all the other characters that are in there could have gotten a bit more. The ones that didn't get enough, and Marlene was one of them.
Because we get a whole fight scene with Marlene where she's leading us through to a certain thing and to something in the game.
I honestly think that 3-month gap is that 3-month time skip is the biggest missed opportunity in this show.
I agree.
Boto, you're confusing the shit. They spent shitload of time with people. Like, what is that supposed to mean?
The characters they bring.
The characters are what make the show, not the fucking zombie fucking retards that fucking walk around.
But I think what he's saying is they spend so much time like getting to know people, and then they just
you need to though. That's the thing. That's why I don't. That's why I'm scared.
There is a legitimate complaint that can be had with. Then this goes to the pacing of the show, where there seems to be this introduce kill thing that they go through. Yes, the game does it too, to an extent, but the show doubles down when they end up killing Bill, where the game doesn't. That's why it feels like, hey, we're introduced to a character, they die. Tess happens in an episode, pretty much episode and a half. Bill and Frank happen in one episode. Sam and Henry happen in 2 episodes. All of the David people happen in 1 episode. It's predictable, unfortunately. Where if you were like a fresh viewer, you're like, oh, I'm gonna get attached to this person, dead. And they happen to do it in a very predictable increment. It's not like midway through the episode they're killed. No, it happens at the very end. So there are complaints towards the show, and they are warranted.
I just was confused by what he said. I don't. So what? You don't want to have a story. You just want to see zombies.
This is why I kind of like the little tidbits that they put at the end of the episodes, where like they explain why they did things the way that they did, because it kind of makes things a little bit more understandable. Oh, and apparently after the show is after the season is done, they're actually coming out with a whole version of the making of, and why they did things the way that they are and stuff. That's supposed to be released. I can't remember, but it's coming up soon.
I mean, in the end, the way that I've looked at the show, yes, I have complaints about it, but they're so nitpicky. For the most part, it doesn't really ruin the entire experience. The show has been pretty damn good. It'll never be as good as the game because I played the game first. That's just the bottom line. But as a television show, they did a pretty damn good job.
They did a very good job adapting it from a show.
Austin definitely has our taste though, because like his favorite show is Game of Thrones, and his second favorite show is now The Last of Us. Like he's definitely right along our way of thinking when it comes to TV shows.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to wait on The Last of Us because I want to see where they go in the future and see how well they do it. But it's a damn good start. But let's fucking do this shit, man.
Absolutely.
Thank God.
All right, we're gonna start the last episode. Only 44 minutes long.
That's what's concerning me.
Yeah, well, we'll see. All right. So, anybody else want to watch along with us? I'm gonna press play in 3, 2, 1, go. I've got a little ad. I'm sure HBO does that too.
Every time.
I know. Yeah, I've never seen it.
There's no reason I don't. It's not these kind of ads, but it's what's coming to HBO.
Well, yeah. This is what's coming to.
I just gotta get my audio right. You guys talk?
That guy's a really good actor. What's his name?
Ding dong.
Yep. I can't remember his name either.
He's the captain from fucking Super Troopers. I can't think of it.
See, I remember him more as Moody.
Oh, I like the starting with this.
No, that's not Moody.
Oh, she's pregnant, like super pregnant.
Let's go. It's Ellie from the game.
I was just gonna say, I think that's Ashley Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
She's giving birth. This is Ellie's mom.
Yeah.
Because that's Ashley Johnson. That's the girl that voiced Ellie in the game.
See, that is one thing that I love about the show because they do have the voice actors portraying different characters
but
in the game.
The good thing is too, like most of the voice actors that they have portraying like the characters are also kind of actual actors. They're not just zero experience voice actors. All right, Federico, have a good night.
Later, Federico.
Hey, Federico.
God, she sounds just like her.
Time out. This is the fucking house from the video game that Ellie's living in season 2, or in the second game.
Well, it looks a lot like it for sure.
Ellie and Dina settled down in.
It is identical to it.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Here comes the ooze.
She's birthing.
It's ectoplasm.
Broke. That is the first time that I've ever heard it referred to as "here comes the ooze."
You ooze, you lose.
You're gonna just drop that shit right on the floor.
If only that's how it fucking worked.
Right? Or happened that quickly.
Yeah, our vagina needs to dilate to the size of a cantaloupe before that baby can come out.
Maybe she's been dilating. No, she just broke her birth water.
I'm pretty sure that it broke on its own there, bud.
Who's to say?
It would suck, man.
Oh, that's the knife she has, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good lord.
God, giving birth while
This is like the worst case scenario.
It's so weird.
Oh, that baby just popped right the fuck out.
It's a boy.
Oh, it's cute. Oh, I miss babies.
It's not cute. It's fucking disgusting looking. Oh, she's fucked.
Yeah.
Cut the umbilical cord.
Oh, that looks pretty good. Like gross as shit, but so. That is a very new baby.
So my whole argument about her mom and stuff, they're doing it in the last episode. So this is why Marlene dropped her off at Fedra.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, I miss babies. God damn it.
Oh, for the fuck's sakes.
Go to the pet store and look at puppies. It's the same thing.
Puppies aren't as cute as babies.
What?
That baby does not look cute.
Yes, it does. She's so cute. Look at those little cheekies.
Looks like an angry Wilford Brimley.
She looks so mad. It's so cute. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Like, every baby is fucking cute to me, even the ugly ones.
Yeah, they're ugly, and then they're cute ugly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how did she become dry on her face?
TV. Gina.
Huh?
Because they didn't want a newborn baby with slime on its face. Alright, watch this for the last time.
So that was just a cameo. Like,
excuse me.
And it was weird hearing Ellie's voice.
I
when
know.
it's not Ellie.
I love the fact that they did that though, because that was one of my biggest gripes in the argument that I was just making.
I'm glad that they gave her a cameo because her voice is actually iconic.
It's like the perfect fucking cameo.
Yeah.
She's not gonna play her mom.
Yeah.
I mean, not only for that reason, but like I said, one of my biggest arguments was what happened to Ellie's mom, because that was never really even established in the game. We didn't know what happened to her mom or her dad. You know, we just knew that they were gone, so we assumed that they died.
Who's her dad?
Joel.
Part 3 shows up. Hello.
Who your baby daddy? There's a spin for you. Joel's her real dad.
Okay.
That would just ruin the game.
No. That's best they never speak of him.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Marlene.
Oh, she looks a lot younger. Good job.
Well, I mean, this was when Ellie was born, so I would sure as fuck hope that they did
I
a lot. They made her look
Same
younger.
actress. Whatever. Fuck it.
In one of the after specials that they did with when they introduced her character, she was talking about how they did such an amazing job actually making her into Marlene.
She is Marlene forever and always.
I guess like she fought hard for that fucking role because she actually auditioned for the voice in the game for Marlene, but she didn't get it. So then when the TV show came, she fought hard for it.
Is she like singing to the kid?
Sounds like it.
She's one big fucking mushroom.
Not yet, but she's starting to go the way of insane.
Mm-hmm. No, she looks good.
No, she was getting ready to kill herself.
Mm.
Oh fuck, I know her.
Ellie.
Well, this is the first time I actually got to see like her whole face.
So she is if you don't know who she is,
She's the
for
voice
everybody that if you've ever seen the show Growing Pains, she's the little sister.
You know what's great too?
Movies too.
And this just goes to casting, right? She looks like fucking.
Yeah.
The casting is really well done for the face.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just put the knife on the baby. Maybe she's her father.
So they were friends.
Yeah.
That's, okay. God, so much is being explained.
I am worried about the runtime of this episode already.
I am too. They're spending a lot of time right here.
Too much time.
No, that's fine.
Don't leave her.
Yeah.
Send somebody up there to fucking kill her. Don't leave her like that.
Go kill her.
Takes a baby. I know this actor too. Is he the Indian dude? From something.
I don't know. It's too black. I can't see.
I can't. Racist.
No, that's not what I mean.
The screen is too dark.
Racist.
She'll do it. She did.
Shush, baby. You're gonna draw them to you.
You missed, motherfucker. I'm just kidding.
God. Shut the fuck up, child.
Basement, you would make such a great dad.
I know.
Okay.
See, she shut the fuck up.
I loved at the end of the last episode where he's like, "I got you, baby girl." I was like,
Yep.
"Oh."
Sorry, I was thinking about my mom. Oh shit.
I love beefaroni. That's the only Chef
that's
Boyardee that I
table
like.
shelf shit. That shit never fucking spoils, man.
Right?
Well, she loved Chef Boyardee earlier.
I think that's the most I've heard him talk the whole series.
Oh.
I want to see that movie with him and Nicolas Cage.
I do too. That looks so good.
That'd be fun.
They have it on Amazon, but you had to pay to rent it.
Never.
What's that?
I already pay for Amazon.
Nicolas
I ain't
Cage
paying
did a
twice.
movie about a movie star at the end of his time.
I heard it was like really fucking funny.
Hey, he's like a cartel guy that like loves Nicolas Cage or something, right?
Yeah.
Movie because he goes on
think
like
so.
Nicolas freaking Cage or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah, Nick Cage and him have both already said that they want to do another movie together.
They seem like they would mesh together perfectly too. And from what I'm seeing of the previews and all the fucking gifts that are out there for this fucking movie, yeah.
Talking about teaching a guitar.
So this is why I like Pedro Pascal. Look at the range. If you watch him in The Mandalorian, he talks so. His demeanor is so
matter of
factly.
In his bedroom voice from Mando.
He's really fucking good.
It's my favorite voice for him.
Bang
me, Pedro. Salt Lake City.
Night, Boto.
See you later, Boto.
Good night, Boto.
Fucking upset, sad, smiley face graffiti on a Domino's truck.
They were disappointed.
This is before they changed their recipe.
Okay.
He kind of knows that she's fucking spaced out.
Yeah.
Just like Canada.
Now it's like New York.
Full of garbage?
Space!
Looks like San Francisco.
Between garbage and scaffolding, that's New York.
The water
San
washed
Francisco.
everything away from San Francisco.
Not enough people pissing on the street.
Yeah.
Oh, this part of the game is so fucking difficult. Wait. Are they in Utah?
They're close to the hospital, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Better be a fucking giraffe in this episode. If they make me wait until the beginning of season 2, I swear to God.
No. It's either in this episode or it ain't happening. Yeah, she's elsewhere.
Yeah.
Ow.
Okay.
Just looking at nothing.
Oh, she just had a near-death experience with a cannibal.
How long after this is that?
Oh, that's true. That was in winter. This is like springtime, it looks like.
I think they're just like in the game. I perceived it as they're getting closer to their end.
They're leaving each other? Yeah.
Well, and she doesn't necessarily know what's next.
She doesn't know how long she's going to be in recovery or if she's ever going to see him when she comes out.
Well, they were going to use her as a fucking...
She doesn't know that at this point, though.
Yeah, she has no idea that
No, I got that. I've seen the game.
She found a giraffe. It's happening. There you go, Jimmy.
There it is.
I hope it's like 2 people in a giraffe costume.
I hate you.
It's so lifelike.
It's Jeffrey the giraffe.
This fucking part of the game was so difficult, and they're just like making it where there's no fucking clickers in there.
Well, I mean, the part after this gets a bit.
Well, they have no, because like in that part of the oh,
Don't touch it. It might be infected.
it looks so pretty.
Bang it.
Them things are fucking assholes, man.
They
I
can
love
be
giraffes. Every animal can be a fucking asshole if it wants to
Just
be.
like most people. JP.
Yes.
I know.
He's so pretty. Look at him.
I can't believe they didn't get a real giraffe. 0 to 10.
I want to stay at that hotel where you open up your windows and there's fucking giraffes out there. And you
I like how they make the giraffe look skinny as fuck too.
Yes.
That's not a real giraffe.
No.
That's
That's fucking great CGI.
It's pretty damn good CGI. I feel like they actually have something realistically built that way, taking the plants.
Yeah, at least the skull part, so that the mouth moves properly.
Yeah.
Joel's like, God damn it.
What's that?
Typical parent.
The same soundtrack from the game at the same time too.
Yeah, it is. Bring it.
This is what I've been waiting for.
Baby giraffe! Baby giraffe!
I'm not gonna lie though, this part looks so much better in the game. It looks just great here.
You know what it is? The difference of like you're immersed more in the game.
Yeah,
that's true.
Especially at this point, because at this point we're usually at hour 2 of playing for the day.
Well, not only that, but you had fought, like, in the game, you literally had to fight through that entire building in order to get to the top.
You had to, like, turn on the generators and shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, like, every moment for us, we work to get where they just kind of give it to us.
Right.
Our view is always going to be tainted.
Yeah. Well,
Very, like, unique looking person, isn't he?
yes.
I'm not gonna lie, I had a crush on Joel in the video game, and I have a crush on Joel in the show.
Did you have a crush on the guy from the last episode? That was
David?
Joel. No.
Fucking
the
pedophile?
Joel version. Joel.
What?
The James.
That's what I just...
It is what she said.
I said I had a crush on Joel in the video game, and now I have a crush on Joel in the show.
Did you have live action Joel?
The guy who does Joel's voice in the game. Did you have a crush on him?
In the show.
I don't even know what he looks like.
He was James in the last episode.
He was David's right-hand man.
He was what?
The guy that got...
David's right-hand man.
Yeah.
The egghead-shaped dude that was really tall in the last episode.
Yep, that's the guy that voiced him.
The guy that got
dark hair with the dark beard.
His neck got cut with a butcher's knife.
Yep.
I'm telling you, they did a pretty good job of fucking.
I didn't even know that he was the one that
I could hear him.
Yes, I could too.
Fuck me up.
It's like 2 words.
That's
Joel.
I guess I wasn't paying close enough attention because I just watched that episode 8.
If you ever rewatch it,
I will be rewatching it because like I'm rewatching all of the episodes.
You'll hear it when you listen to them.
Because a lot of the episodes, like Bella came in, or I had to get up and pee, and I missed some stuff. So.
Oh man, the medical center or the medical camp. Those were not fun.
Did he? Oh, he.
Wait, what did he say? I missed
the
that
second
whole
day
bit.
he got shot in the head.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Hold on, do you guys? I'm.
Could you please rewind this part?
Yeah,
Because
I was about to say. Okay,
I missed
so
all of it. Like
I doubt anybody's watching along with us, so I'm gonna rewind it.
Yeah,
slightly.
Rewinding.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. What now?
I like how he just says that.
oh shit, he tried to kill himself.
Mm-hmm.
God damn, I didn't get
That's
that.
why it was that's why it was
Until
the
you
second
said that,
day.
I did not get that.
That's why it was the second day. As soon as Sarah died, he tried to kill himself and he missed.
God damn. That is an absolutely great addition to this.
Right.
I mean, as terrible as it is, but
So he was the shot that missed.
he tried to kill himself.
Shut up.
Sorry.
Okay.
What happened?
He pulled to the right.
How
Hold on. God damn.
I'm sorry, everybody started talking. That's
Shut
why
up!
Shut up.
Natural instinct.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-mm.
He's gonna touch your face, like face off.
It was you. So this is where his character comes full circle.
I really like the fact that they're giving. I mean, it's a bit on the nose a little bit, but it's kind of. Is it? I don't know if it's needed. I don't know how I feel. I'm gonna put a gun to my head.
I like it because it adds so much more depth.
It gives the depth to the character that I think a lot of people were missing.
So
and not only that, but like it also like he's basically saying that Ellie has healed him.
Hold on, I liked it until he said why. I don't think that really needed to happen. I think it could have been surmised by the fucking people watching it.
Well, here's the thing. Well, first of all, it kind of couldn't because, like, you're kind of wondering, okay, so he was ready to die, so what happened that he didn't die?
That's one of the genius things the game does. it doesn't tell you everything. It allows you to kind of piece it together, and I do feel like it didn't need to be said. Though I do love the idea of them telling us that Joel tried to kill himself. It adds a lot more to his character.
I think basically what he's saying in this, why he's telling her that he did this, is basically because he's saying, if anything happens to you, I don't know what's going to happen, because she healed him.
I get that, but
so
that
this
happened
is basically
on day 2, and this is 20 years later.
Right, but this is basically him telling her that he wasn't healed from that until he met her, and then she has become his priority now. So if anything happens to her, he does not know what he's going to do.
I personally don't think that needed to happen, but it's not like a mark against the show or anything. It's just I really don't think that part of the conversation needs to be said.
That, and I think that it adds so much to like the character, not the character death, but like the bond between Ellie and Joel that has transpired. You know, he went from literally wanting to kill her to now he would put his life on the line for her.
Listen, we're missing the best part. Okay,
I'm fucking sorry. Everybody else talks, so I'm going to talk too. Goddamn, I'm going to shut up now.
I get what you're saying. I mean, I'll have to like take it in over time. Though I do like the fact that like the game, I think, did a better job at like alluding to things, and it also had more time to do so. So get it way back and forth. Okay, let's see what happens.
Still hate her face.
I don't mind her face anymore.
It's her eyes.
No, I'm okay with her eyes.
She's got Down syndrome eyes.
I know, she did have a touch of the syndrome, okay? I got past it. No. He's asking for them? No!
Yes, he is.
No!
This is what happens when you're a dad, Basement.
No! That's actually pretty good. That was actually alright. Yeah, the last one was the best. Oh, what's behind him?
What are you doing?
Oh.
Okay, hold on. Don't like that.
Why don't you like that?
Okay, so they skipped over the whole like sewer scene. I know it's mostly gameplay, but there's a big part of that sewer scene, and maybe they'll include it at the later part, I highly doubt it, that really highlights something they've already alluded to at the beginning of the show and is kind of integral to the second game, that she can't swim.
Yep.
And he saves her from drowning.
She already said in like, I think it was
I know she said
it. No, the first or second episode that she can't swim.
So the way I'm looking at it, okay, she can't swim. She ends up falling into the water and drowning. He tries to save her and fails. And next game, he teaches her how to swim. These are things that are kind of important for me. I don't care about like the gameplay in the tunnels and shit like that. That doesn't matter as much. But this, they skipped over that part. But who knows? Maybe they're gonna integrate it somehow in the next 20 minutes.
We shall see. Wait, there's only 20 minutes left?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I do not like
why
this time.
I was worried.
Why did they skip over that part? It's kind of frustrating, actually.
What happened? They skipped over a part, huh?
Yep.
Was there a reason why you had to knock him out? Oh, well, that explains.
Because they didn't know who they were.
I have a question. How the fuck did Marlene get there before he did?
Took a year.
Here's the story.
Oh, they're gonna kill her.
Yeah, well,
That's the story.
That's the story. And this is why Joel's going to do what he's going to do.
Well, I mean, okay, here's the thing. Why don't you find someone that is willing to sacrifice themselves, get them knocked up?
Because there is nobody.
She's the only one that's immune right now.
I mean, we don't.
I
know
understand
if
that, but like if you get them
repeatable.
knocked up and then you have them bit right after they get
That
birthed from
is
the umbilical
fucked
cord.
up to think about.
I'm just saying. I mean, if the woman is willing to sacrifice herself, then
How do you know that's gonna hold true? I also don't know if they know that they can repeat it. Could be like,
Yeah. Anything with creating chemicals that the brain produces never works out right.
you don't know until you try.
so get a bunch of women pregnant and infect them. Man, you are Hitler.
I didn't say a bunch. I said one.
Well, you're gonna have to do more than one. Trust me.
Fine. You line up 5 women that are willing to die.
Bang them. Wait 9 months.
No,
Let them pop out the kid.
They would have to be bitten sooner because the brain is one of the first things to form.
I mean, she got bit right at the end of her birthing cycle.
Right, because the only reason why Ellie had it in her system was because the umbilical cord was not cut when she got bit.
But the brain's already developed, so it wouldn't happen through just the umbilical cord
But she was born with cordyceps, is what they said. So it transferred.
It could have been her body adapting to the environment.
That's why you can't do what you.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Otherwise, everybody's body would be adapting to the environment.
It was whatever. It could be.
Mama
you could replicate it, but it's like super inhumane.
Well, and not only that, but like
super inhumane. I get it.
Not only that, but Marlene doesn't exactly know how it happened because she wasn't there. Fucking kill everybody, Joel. Oh, did he shoot him in the dick?
Yep.
Oh, yes! It's my gameplay come to life! Guys, I'm just super excited. It was my gameplay come to life. Like, I shoot him in the dick all the time.
This guy stole her knife? Terrible person.
That was Ellie's knife.
No,
yeah, I know.
Marlene gave it to her.
Yeah, but Marlene had it on her.
Yes, because she took it from her.
I mean, this is how you know.
Okay.
Like, okay, Marlene's thinking of the well-being of mankind, right? But this is how you know that he is now her father, because he is willing to put everybody's fucking life on the line for hers.
I like the way that they're doing this with the muted sound. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
You don't like how they're doing this?
No, I like it.
No, I like how they're doing this with the muted sound.
Shot him in the dick again! Yes!
It's just another version of a headshot.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. I knew I was playing the game right the whole time.
Kill him anyway. Shoot him! Shoot him in the head!
Fucking kill him.
Yes! Fuck yes! I needed that. Fuck that guy.
Christ,
Well, this is no. This needs to happen because he knows.
Not only that, you realize it's almost the exact same layout too. As in the
Yeah, I love the fact that they're showing that this is the monster that his brother hated.
Yes.
But this is also the monster that needs to
Oh
come
my
out,
God,
because it's the only way he's going to save
Ellie.
Ellie.
Fucking murder fest.
That was me through the gameplay. I didn't fucking care to shoot everything that moved.
I mean, the first time I played, I killed the doctors indiscriminately, immediately.
Yeah.
Me too.
Walked through the room, no, shot in the head. The other one's cowering, shot in the head.
But I think that they knew that was going to be most people's reaction, because obviously that's what sets up for Abby in the second game.
Exit.
Stage right, even.
Oh God, elephantitis.
Okay, so they didn't do the whole animal kingdom, but they have them painted on the walls. Because, like, when they showed the giraffes, if you remember, there were all kinds of animals.
No, there was just giraffes.
No. In the show, there was just giraffes, but I thought in the game there was all kinds of different animals.
No.
I thought... Are you sure?
I am.
Maybe I'm thinking of the walls. I don't fucking remember. I have to fucking play the game again.
He's gonna walk in there and he's just gonna fucking open fire.
Yep.
Just like he's supposed to.
Get out of my face.
Well, he walked in.
Yes, fuck him. Kill the rest of them too. Please God. Shoot her. Shoot her. Shoot them all.
He's gonna do an execution style.
Yeah.
Ah, God, gotta kill him. Kill everybody.
Christ, and you guys were giving me shit about some fucking women volunteering.
No, I didn't.
He has to keep him alive.
Yeah, that's okay.
I killed everybody when I played this game.
I took out the biggest gun I had and shot everybody.
So here's the thing, and I can understand why, because those two women will tell Abby who killed her father.
Yeah, no, I get like leaving them. They're unarmed. They're fucking nurses, whatever. You already killed the doctor. Fuck it.
Is he on the elevator?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in the game too.
P2.
Now he's got to go face Marlene. Marlene yet.
Nope.
It's happening.
Oh, God, creeper.
That is the greatest fucking line ever.
Why didn't you ask her? You fucking bitch.
Yeah, let her wake up and then ask her if she wants to die.
No, I love the fact that they don't let that happen, because I'm pretty sure she said, yep, do it. Cut to driving away.
She's out from anesthesia. She's getting a good night's sleep.
Mhm. Yes, they cut.
Just like in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So them two. So they should. He should have just shot the two other fucking women because Marlene would have been the one left. Didn't he?
No, just wait, just wait.
Now he's lying to her.
Yes, best
He
part.
does in the game too.
Oh, there was a bunch of people.
Yeah.
She survived one stomach shot.
Mhm. Wow. Yes, do it. Do it.
That was so good.
Gangster's
Oh.
Paradise.
You
Yeah,
eat a
perfect.
dick.
Yeah, fuck that bitch. I'm
It was beautiful scenery.
Canada.
It was in the game too, man.
Colorado
If you
is-
remember, this part of the game was just fucking fantastic.
Mm-hmm. I've been there.
Colorado is a beautiful place.
You fucking echoed her. Fuck you.
I remember this road.
Do you remember that sun?
Oh, that mountain, sun. Oh God, yes, Wyoming. No, it's not what it's called here.
You ready to walk?
That's what she said. At the end of the episode, Grogu shows up.
Mosquitoes and such. Funny looking.
This looks fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Been there.
I hate you. I'm so glad Bella's fucking 2 hours late start for school tomorrow, because otherwise I'd be fucked right now.
Not much further now. I'm gonna just take a leap off the fucking cliff. What's going on?
Hold on.
Yeah, this is where the DLC.
That's
The thing about it is not okay because
No.
he's not telling her the truth.
And that's
If
why
they
there's a
don't-
part 2.
If they do not open the very first episode of season 2 with just that cut right there, with just the swear to me everything you said was true, and he says, I swear. If it does not open with that, I'm going to be so disappointed.
I also think it would
Right.
be perfect to do that. Like, I know how the second game starts, where it's like a retelling while he's with Tommy, right? But if they do
Mhm.
that and then give us an introduction to Jackson, and then we get to that conversation later, I think I'd be down with that.
Hey,
As for this episode, what do you guys think?
Okay, here's the thing. It was very well done. However, what was this
There's a lot
episode? Like
missing.
44 minutes? Me personally, for this being the season finale, I think it should have been at least an hour and a half, and they should have put the parts in there that were missing. This one felt very rushed in certain points.
So the biggest missed opportunity was a moment with the infected. I get they don't want this show to be a Walking Dead, and they don't want the infected to be the main thing, because they shouldn't be. But there is multiple points throughout this part of the story that you run into them, and it has like this is why I was like harping on about the fucking drowning scene.
Mm-hmm.
If you had the drowning scene added in with like an interaction with some of the infected, because this is where you fight the fucking multiple bloaters and shit. Like, this is the hardest part in the game. I think like if you had an interaction with a bloater, because this is what I was thinking the whole time. They showed us that in like the 4th or 5th episode, whatever that episode was, where we get to see the bloater, and it's like I thought we were being shown that to just show a precedent, to foreshadow what would happen in this episode, where I was thinking that they might show that and they had to get by that. I didn't need to see millions of infected, but showing them having to get by one of them and then ending up in the water to end up where he's trying to resuscitate her and he gets knocked out, I would have preferred that, I think, to them just being randomly smoke bombed.
Yeah. Like I said, certain parts felt very rushed, and it don't get me wrong, it was a great episode, but it could have been better.
I feel like for me personally, the end of this show, and that includes the episode before, both episodes didn't get enough time to breathe.
Yeah.
It seems like they have like bullet points that they're hitting, and then we're done.
And this is why this should have been at least 10 episodes. Like,
I personally think this show should have been about 10 minimum. Yes, I agree with you.
Minimum. Yeah.
There's so much more, and you can get so much more character growth by extending some of the scenes instead of being like so forward with him being like, that was before I met you and now I'm different. It's like, let that breathe for 30 minutes and kind of like show it instead of just telling us it. That's the one biggest complaint with this show is the narrative aspect is tell, not show. They do show it, but they when they tell it, they just directly tell it. And it happened even in the Tommy episode when he all that shit happens and he's like, I'm gonna break up with you. We're not gonna talk. You're not my daughter. The next scene, he's literally fixing a horse to leave, and he's like, actually, I thought about it, and I'm not doing. Like everything just happens too fast.
It's so rushed. Yeah. It's very rushed. Now, with that being said, I will say my favorite part of this episode was when Joel was explaining to her what happened when he tried to kill himself. I thought that was a very
nice,
emotionally impactful scene.
And I do find that's the thing. But I mean, we're all game players here, right? We all play the game. So I find myself really liking the additional scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the stuff in the game
it gives it that tiny little bit more depth that I feel a lot of people felt they were missing.
Yeah, because it's the stuff that the game didn't have.
So when I didn't play the game. I actually watched Little Gamers Playground, who did the game movie for it, where he, what he does. So I watched that. I took away from the game. I'm like, I would have liked a little more, in which this did give me more character depth to Joel, because I cared more what happened to Ellie, which is why The Last of Us 2, what happens. So what's gonna happen? We all know what happens, and it's just gonna make that, when it happens, that much more emotional.
But in my mind, I feel like the rushedness of what happens in this show will hurt that impact when that impact comes. Like, I honestly feel like there is a missed at very least 1 hour of content in this show, at very least.
I can agree with that, but I haven't seen The Last of Us 2, and I know you guys have played it.
Oh man, The Last of Us 2 is just
good.
exceptional.
It's so good.
I will have to watch the game movie for it, because I get more. Not saying that I wouldn't watch.
I do feel like they everybody's gonna be like, oh, this is the best game adaptation ever, whatever. In my mind, it's almost too much of a game adaptation. They still haven't hit that like perfect. This is as close as they've gotten, yes, but they still haven't hit that like perfect equilibrium of showcasing the game formula, but also expanding to a point where the gamers can feel like they're watching something not anew, but like way more fleshed out. This is how the show started. I will say, like the first like 3-4 episodes, I was like, yes, they are delivering on all fronts. And as it went on, they it became skim milk.
Well, okay. See, here's the thing. That's because after the first like 2-3 episodes, the parts that should have been driven more were actually the parts that were rushed.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Significant parts of the game were either rushed or they were skipped over completely. And in order to drive home other storylines that didn't necessarily need to be as long as they were. I mean, we were just discussing before, episode 7 could have easily been done in a half an hour and then left another half an hour, 15 minutes to half an hour to expand more on the storyline, which would have actually given them more time for the last episode to expand more in that. But I think like when they were doing the cutting and stuff, they had already filmed everything, and that's I honestly feel like that's why it ended up feeling like it was so rushed, because I think that they probably filmed the scenes that we're talking about, but they cut them out of the movie.
I honestly feel like the scene I'm referring to at the last episode of them going through like the tunnels and stuff, I saw a still of a bloater in the like what looked like the sewers, just standing there with Joel in front.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty sure there's part of the last episode that is cut out. That
either that or part of the last episode is going to be used in the first episode of season 2 as a flashback.
Which I'm okay with. This is why it's really hard to judge a show that's not done. And yes, I'm harping on about like the swimming thing, and I feel like what their plan is to use a lot of the Joel and Ellie scenes that might have been cut out of this one. As Joel and Ellie for part, I think like what they're gonna. I think they're honestly going to like have the second season will have a lot more. I'm gonna say filler with quotation marks, because it won't really be. It'll just be the shit that you wanted to see in this one, in addition to what's actually happening.
Not only that, but if you think about it, using the stuff that was cut from the first season will come in handy after what happens to Joel in season 2.
Yeah.
Because Ellie is going to be having flashbacks of her and Joel.
I will say if season 2 happens and it follows the arc of the game, part 2 entirely, it will not be satisfactory, because we need to have more time with Joel. And a lot of people that played the games said the same thing when part 2 came out in the games, but like we already had 20 hours with him. We didn't get 20 hours with him in this show, and we didn't get the extent of what we needed.
He was such a beloved character from the first game, because in the first game Joel is, of course Ellie is the central character, but Joel is significant character, so like you get attached to Joel. So when you start playing the second game and then what happens to Joel is so fucking quick into the second game, you're not prepared for that, because you're attached to Joel from the first game.
See, me personally, what I would have liked, or what I would like moving forward, and I know it'll be really hard to do at this point for where they ended things, but like the second season, I would have loved. I would be okay with the second season being like fucking 6 to 8 episodes. I'm 100% okay with that if it ends with what happens with Joel, and you know how like she goes back to Jackson and like that like reflection part happens right before they leave to go to Seattle. That's where I would end whatever iteration of the second season exists.
I was just gonna say I would not be surprised at all if they do a second season where it's the majority of the time they are in Wyoming and it's kind of playing out the storyline between Joel and Ellie, and then towards the end of the second season is where Joel dies. Because if you think about it, Pedro Pascal has become such a beloved character in this series that if they kill him off at the beginning of the series, even though most of us know what is going to happen, it's still going to force some fans to stop watching. So I don't think they're going to kill them off right away.
The problem with I don't want them to drag something out that we know is going to happen.
No, but
what I'm saying is I think that their season 2 is going to be mostly focused on like what happens with them in Wyoming.
Honestly,
and season 3, I think is honestly going to be her and Abby.
Do exactly what the game did.
Honestly, if it was me, season 2 would start. If it doesn't start with this same reiteration of this conversation between Ellie and Joel, it starts with Abby. Season 2 would start with Abby immediately. The reaction to her father being killed. This is the timeline. We're right there. Start it that way. This is the way that you can extend getting to what happens to Joel.
What happens to Joel, right?
Yeah, and give like the season time to. I really feel like what happens to Joel should happen not
Towards
at
the end of the season?
not at the end of the second
No,
season, but
towards
the end of the second season, because I know that's
At
what we're
least
getting to. But there's
mid-season,
so much left to tell because there's a 4-year jump
Mm-hmm.
that happens between then and now, and there's flashbacks to tell, and there's a lot of Abby's storyline to tell. If you introduce her now, she's going to be way more palatable. But there has to be like some sort of like cross reference happening with her.
So what you're saying is you want there to be more than 2 seasons.
There will be more than 2
there
seasons.
will be
The second
more than
game
2
is
seasons.
twice as long as the first. There's
Yeah.
got to be more
There's
than
gonna
2
be
seasons.
3.
Just asking.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
got to
there's
be more
gonna
than
be at
2
least
seasons.
3. Because otherwise, if they don't do 3 seasons and they put it all in 2, second season is going to be trash because it's going to be so rushed.
I mean, the first season was rushed, in my honest opinion. Overall,
I agree.
it needed another couple episodes. So if the second season is fucking 10 episodes, second game is condensed in 10 episodes, my God, it's going to be garbage. Like, the second game is, like I said, twice as long. It's about a 25, 30-hour game.
To even be close to like getting even half of everything that happens in the first game, each episode would have to be 2 hours, and it would have to be a minimum of 10 to 12 seasons.
So just
or 10 to
do
12
2
episodes.
seasons and do them. I'm not a fan of the hour-and-a-half episode. I'd rather have 45 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, and just end it, and extend the episode length. I don't like I don't need movie-long episodes. If you're gonna do movie-long episodes, just do movies. Like, for fuck's sakes. Give me the episode count. Let things breathe. Don't force it all into one. If an episode requires that length, I get it. Like the third episode, the one with Bill and Frank, that was longer than normal. I get it. Let that happen. It all takes place in one. But when they manufacture length, I don't like that. I mean, all in all, honestly, I did really enjoy the first season of The Last of Us. Very, very close. Like, it is obscenely close to the game. It's about, like, I outside of, like, the third episode where they go off track, it's like an 85% carbon copy or 80% carbon copy of the game. So, and then, like, what did we say before this came out? You can't go wrong if you just copy the fucking game.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's, if you take a look at Uncharted, that's where they went wrong with Uncharted. First of all, they made it a movie when it should have been a miniseries like this, and second of all, like it's not that it went off of the game. It's just everything else was just so fucking wrong. Because in Uncharted, they do follow the fucking game. That's not the problem. The problem was the casting and the fact that it was a fucking movie, and they skipped through so much fucking,
Uncharted was very much a cash grab movie.
Well, my whole point of bringing up that is to say I'm very glad that they made this into a series and not a movie where things were just not.
I think that the one takeaway for this is you have people that they knew immediately they were going to invest time, money, and respect. And that's like one of the first times I've seen this happen with a video game adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Naughty Dog had a lot to do with this too.
Yeah.
They were the producers of this.
Well,
but
and
so my question to you, Babe, we talked about this the other night because we watched the 8th episode with you. Did they do what you thought they were going to do for this episode?
They did. I mean, they followed the game pretty much 100%. They just they did the skim milk version of the game. They really cut it back. They cut it back a bit too much for me. But it's not like anything that I'm going to harp on about, like to a point where it turns something that I give like an 8 out of 10 to a 3 out of 10 or whatever. I do feel like there was missed opportunity on this episode. I almost feel like there's missed opportunity on almost every episode I've watched, but I think except
for the third one.
Except for the third one, but I think that's just me being somebody that played the game. and really enjoyed it and played it. I played it twice, so it's hard to. I'm not looking at it from like a consumer of just the show, and I think people that consume just the show would be more or less very happy with this. They might be a bit upset with the fact that the infected really play a backseat in this show.
And it should.
Let's put it this way.
I agree.
My mom we watched 2 episodes with my mom. The first 2 episodes today, right? And my mom was already hooked on it. My mom obviously has never played the game. She's never seen anybody play the game. She's never even fucking heard of the game other than outside of me and Austin talking about it. But she loved it just because it was a good show. And it is a great show. But when you played the game, like Basement said, we know all the little details of the game. And the fact that those are missing, especially when they are key points of the storyline, or it not even necessarily missing. If they're missing or if they're rushed, that's when it becomes not an issue, but a concern, because you know that if they rushed season 1, you don't want to see it happen with season 2 where they're talking about the second game.
For me, I'm almost 100% convinced that the 15 minutes or 10 minutes they would have spent on that drowning scene, the cost just wasn't worth it, because the set piece is so expensive. And I'm okay with them not doing anything with the infected in the last episode. It's almost preferential, because it's way more about the human aspect, not necessarily about the infected at all.
Yeah, they didn't do the infected scene, but they did add in the Joel scene with like him talking about how he tried to commit suicide.
Yeah.
So that was,
for me that's a fine trade-off.
His character, yeah, that was so much more to his character. The whole game, he has that scar on his forehead, and it's never explained.
The one thing I like, and the reason I'm kind of harping on the drowning scene is that, and it makes sense for the show. Joel's character is someone that like cares deeply, but always fails. And he says this in an episode where he's like, every time shit goes down, I try, I fail, I try, I failed. I failed with her. I failed with her. He got stabbed in one of the episodes, and then she had to take care of herself. He arrived late with the David thing, and she had to handle it. This is another instance of that happening with the drowning, where it's the one thing she can't do, and he ends up trying to save her, and it gets stopped there. It's just I guess it's another iteration of that happening, which is why I kind of like wish it happened. And yes, I think if they're gonna get rid of the infected, they could get rid of the drowning scene. But that would also get this episode to a 60-minute mark, and probably be a bit better overall.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily needed, and I get why they cut it. I'm almost 100% sure it's for financial reasons. But
a lot of the stuff that they cut out were for financial reasons. But
yeah, I mean the thing is they prioritize quality over quantity, and that's another difference between this show and The Walking Dead. Though the quality of like the undead and the prosthetics and stuff in The Walking Dead are good, it's just like it seems to kind of like go through the same fucking things over and over and over again in that show.
Yeah, this is a really high quality show though, and it has been very, very enjoyable.
I enjoyed it. Like I said, I'm not a huge apocalypse kind of.
Normally, I'm not either.
What I took from it, it was a story. This is going to sound weird. It's a love story, but it's not the kind of love story that we normally see.
Right. It's the love story between a father and a daughter.
Yes.
I mean, the game is a story about like what's lost. The show is, the game is a story about loss. This show is more like a story about like what you've lost and why you should keep it or try to maintain it. Like it's a bit of a different take than the game.
For me personally, it feels like the show almost focused a lot more on like love within a family, because you see Joel's love for Tess, or you see Joel's love for his brother. You see Joel's love for Ellie. Then you see Ellie's love for her mother and for Joel. And even at the end there for Marlene, because she wants to know if Marlene's okay. So it's all about like
it's about love, where
love
the
and
game
family and
was more about getting over loss and grief. And the show it still has those aspects, but the overall is like love and fucking continuing life.
Right.
Which is where the second game goes more.
Yeah.
The second game is dark as fuck, man.
It is.
Honestly.
The one thing that I wish that, like, we were talking about things being rushed, and I wish that they would have kind of dwelled a little bit more on Joel and Ellie's relationship development.
Those 3 months, shows. Man, I'm telling you.
Yes, the 3 months. The 3 months missing was huge.
They should have combined the 3 months with Ellie's backstory.
Agreed, because there was so fucking much that happened between their character developments and what brought Joel to Ellie even more that was not shown in the show, and it didn't detriment. It wasn't a big enough detriment to like ruin.
It's the biggest.
Yeah, it didn't ruin the show by any means, but it definitely could have added so much more to it.
And I agree. I mean, though I still think, like, if I had to give a grading to this show, I mean, the game for me is a 10. It was a 10 when I first played it. Now it'd probably be like a 9.5. There's dated elements to the gameplay, but the show probably will exist. For me, it's about an 8.5.
No, I'm there.
I was just gonna say I'm about an 8, 7.5, 8. I enjoyed the storyline. I enjoyed the storyline more than I did all the other fucking bullshit that everybody cried about. If you know what I mean. I'm talking about the fucking, we know
what you're talking about.
I wanted to know the story, and they did a pretty good job of following it. But I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go lay down because
I gotta get out of here pretty soon too. But I'm pretty much at like an 8.5 too, and like we were talking about, if they would have had a little bit more of that filler, good night. If they would have had a little bit more of that filler and not rushed
so weird
much,
to finish a show.
It probably would have been
had more filler. This is like the weirdest fucking thing, because most shows man, filler, why is this so long? No, but you're right. You're right.
Filler like, with substance.
Exactly, you're right. Yes. No, you're right, and I agree with you. It needed about an hour more of like things playing out.
Yeah, agreed. And if it would have had that, then it probably would have been a 9.5.
Oh, it would be a 9.5.
But with that missing, it's probably like an 8.5.
It's a very strong 8.5 for me. Very strong. Because like the quality of the show is just so fun. The quality is like 15 out of 10, honestly, in terms of like the amount of detail and like the way it looks.
CGI
is
CGI with
practical effects. Oh man,
being so down as it is. Oh fucking.
And the detail that they put into the fucking clickers when you did see the clickers.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I also love like me personally. And I don't know, like there's people out there that were like wanting to see fucking infected left, right, and center. I'm like, man, the less you show them, the better it is. Think Jaws. I don't want to see them all the time. They need to be a considerable threat. If we have our main characters killing them left, right, and center, we don't really think of them as much of a threat. And this is kind of what, like, this is the downfall of the Walking Dead. Because they ended up, like, exterminating them left, right, and center. They became nothing.
Yeah.
I'm on season 11 of The Walking Dead. And it did pick back up, after Brick disappeared and all that stuff. It did pick back up after that, but that's exactly what they're doing right now, because now it's nothing. They're literally walking through the woods and they're like taking a knife and just slowly jabbing it into, Dead's fucking head as they're going on. It's like no big deal.
But this is where like The Last of Us set precedent, where it's like the infected usually stay underground or stay in a cold area, right, in the darkness, and like you can step on a patch of cordyceps and they'll come and attack you. They set a precedent for like actual terror and how destructive they can be, and because they evolve over time, they also set that precedent. Like realistically, anytime we saw the infected en masse, it was over for mankind.
Yeah.
Right? And that's such an important thing to keep active while you're also telling a storyline that really has more to do with humanity than it has to do with fucking fungus monsters.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, solid show, a solid ending. Slightly rushed overall, but very good.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree. I can't wait for season 2. I'm excited
I mean,
for it.
season 2. The second game for me is, if the first game is a 9, the second game is an 11. I love the second game. It's my favorite game of all time.
Great.
So good. And the bouncing between Ellie and Abby.
Yeah, they'll do a better job on the show. It has to be different. It can't be the same.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're gonna
Well,
get out of
and
here.
you know, I was just gonna say too, real quick, that they're coming out with that making of soon. So maybe when we watch that, maybe it'll give us a little bit more
Give us some answers, yeah.
answers as to why certain things were skipped or certain things were rushed.
I'm sure some of it just didn't, like, it either broke up the story too much, like especially either broke up the story too much or it cost too much. That's the way I'm looking at it.
I'm definitely going with it costs too much.
Also, it being the first season, every show I've ever watched, first season gets the lowest amount of money, and then the next season is going to be fucking flush with cash.
Oh god, yeah. How well this season is done.
Yeah.
I don't think there's been a single person out there aside from us, meaning JP and I, that have missed an episode the day it aired.
But also for this season,
watches them live, like right at 8:00 when they come out.
But also for it being the first season of a show, it looks like it was made with a huge amount of money. Like they didn't spare expenses.
The second season's gonna be fucking loaded.
I hope to God that the people involved don't get like bored of the subject matter and start cutting corners, because one of the biggest things that is going for me for this show is the attention to detail. It's so important for this to stand alone in it being, why did you don't really have those questions. Why did this happen? Why didn't they do this? Why didn't Ellie empty the guns? You know what I mean? Like, they kind of answer, why is gas still working? They answered that question.
You said earlier that, like, fuck, I just forgot what I was gonna say. Never mind. I had a point, and I lost it. Yeah, but I don't know.
I said earlier that they should introduce Abby in the first episode.
No. It was like literally right before what you were talking about. You said something, and I was gonna add to that, but can't fucking remember. It's 3:00 in the morning. I can't fucking remember what the fuck I was gonna say.
We're gonna get out of here. It's been a lot of fun. Tomorrow, Prisoner of Azkaban. I gotta watch the movie, but do I really? Because I've seen it like 17 times.
There might be something to pick up on now that you're trying to look at it with a critical eye rather than watching it with just entertainment in mind.
I will watch it with a critical eye.
I don't care how many times I need to watch this movie. I will watch it over and over.
We're at the point in the Harry Potter movies where I'm okay rewatching them. The first two,
I can't. I've watched them, but I can't watch them again.
But once you get past that, so good.
I read the books. I love the stories, and they start to do things like the directors start to have their fun with the movies after the first two. The first two are very much like carbon copies of the book, I feel.
Oh, anyways. I remember what I was going to say earlier, real quick. What?
For Harry Potter, I think the only other director was Peter Jackson.
Yeah. I don't think he directed.
Earlier, you said, before I forget, you said that they threw a whole bunch of money at this first season. I think the reason why they threw a bunch of money at this first season is because they knew it was going to be such a fucking hit because The Last of Us video game was such a hit.
It's true. They threw more money than I guess most like first seasons do, but it's still like one of those things where they're just going to have more next season. For the fucking Harry Potter movies, they're all directed by different people except for the first two, I think.
I'm looking it up right now.
They definitely do have different directors. I think it's Alfonso Cuarón that directs the third one. And there's another movie that he did that was really good before this, and I can't remember it. But that was one of the reasons I was excited about the third movie when it came out.
All right.
But anyways.
Yeah, I'm gonna die, so I
Yep.
I need to sit with Wendy until she falls asleep, and then I can go lay down.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Thanks, everybody, for watching us, hanging out with us even to this point. We might give a bit more in-depth look at The Last of Us down the line once we've all had time to kind of like ingest it. Gina said she's going to watch it again. I'll probably watch this episode again.
I will probably watch it again, too.
Yeah, I'm watching the entire series again.
One selective thing.
We will definitely touch on it.
Yeah.
We might even do it. You know what? It might be cool to do a stream where we do a comparison, 1-to-1, game versus show.
Yeah.
And talk on what we liked, what we didn't like. But anyways.